Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Howdy. Hey man, if you can hear me, I saw your message. Is it something you want to discuss? Are you fine with discussing it here, or
Sorry, discussing what?
okay? Yeah,
Hello, test.
yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. So, oh, I'm a lazy fuck right now. Jesus. Yeah. Okay, Bayman.
Hey, sorry.
Howdy. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Oh, can't complain. A bit tired as per usual, but that's the standard.
You have a good weekend?
No, relatively quiet. How about you? Well, quiet besides what is sleep.
Were you just working?
Yeah, just working
Gotcha.
as per usual.
We had a St. Patrick's Day party last night, and that was cool. But other than, and we played some disc golf yesterday, which was like the first time we've gone in like 2 months because it's been rainy and wet and cold. All right. So my question is simple. So I don't understand how to use vectors documentation. Like I feel like I'm missing something.
What do you mean?
Like compared to other documentation, like let's say, I don't know, what's a good example? I mean, yeah, Python's documentation. Like it
Yeah.
actually explains with words what it is showing you, while they don't do that very well with Vector BT. And I'm
Even
wondering,
you paid for it, correct or no?
yes.
And you've been going through the tutorials?
Yeah. Actually, I went through a few of them, and then I've been going through that link that I sent you. There's a guy that kind of explains the tutorials a little
Mhm.
simple. But it's just the documentation doesn't quite like, for instance, here, I'll give you a very real example. Let me pull it up. Yeah, give me just a minute. I'm going to bring up the example of the exact thing that made me message you about
Yeah.
how to. I just need to remember what it is or find it.
Yeah, I've been lazy. I've been playing around a bit with Gemini 1.5 Pro, uploading entire sets of documentation and seeing how well I can interact with it.
Oh, that was another question I had for you. Speaking of documentation issue, is there a way to like upload documentation to what's the one that you were using? Claude? Like, would I be able to upload Vector BT's documentation to Claude and not have it run out? Because if I upload even like part of the documentation,
Yeah.
I run out of messages in like 12 messages.
There's the only option right now is Gemini 1.5 Pro because it has about a 1 million token limit.
Okay.
However, you need to request access to it.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was like a simple, or I don't know, something easier, like where I could just show it the links, but the links are kind of locked away, and it can't visit websites, can it?
Let me pull up recommendation. Go to I have this saved on Reddit, my Reddit. Always forget the name. Google Perplexity Pro, Perplexity Pro. And I believe Perplexity Pro has access to the internet.
I see it. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'll check that out later.
That's not going to bypass token limit.
Using the links. Yeah.
Using Perplexity. Really, Gemini 1.5 Pro is one of the few which you can use for which you could end up using for documentation. I mean, the thing is with Claude, you could upload the README, you could upload this or that, but it's not going to be the full documentation.
Mhm.
For example, there supposedly is the Quant GPT main, which Oleg recommended. And I'm too lazy to go through everything right now. So I uploaded the entire documentation, which is only 20,000 tokens. And I said, I'm interested in implementing this coding partner in my existing Conda environment with Vector BT Pro, as well as other libraries. Would you please guide me through the installation process of my Conda environment, as well as indicate whether it will present an issue with it executing code if implemented, and pretty much steps 1 to 7, just laid out, copy and paste it, integrate it. I'll probably create another Conda environment for safety purposes, but outside of that,
Mhm. You said he recommended what? Which one?
the Quant Pi Pro, or sorry, Quant GPT main. It's the main branch. So Quant GPT, it's a GitHub repo. It's pretty much a GitHub Copilot, but for Vector BT Pro.
Sorry, I'm still looking for my example that I had for you. What I was. Oh, what I was doing. Trying to. Oh. That. Date x-axis. Um. Update key. What was I trying to do? So, for instance, I can't find the exact example because I ended up changing the code around to find something that actually worked. But for instance, if they have I'm about to do a horrible job at explaining all this because I don't know terminology very well. But they have I guess, function. If you are in the middle of, like, if you're plotting something, that's called update x-axis.
Yeah.
How could I see? And again, I'm about to get the names all wrong on this. How could I see all of the, I guess, parameters that it can take? Like, so update x-axis is a function that can do a bunch of stuff, right? Like, it can, I don't know, let's say it can do 30 things. You just have to tell it, whatever, what's the exact example? I'm sorry. This guy did it. One moment. He did it right there. Axis. No. For instance, okay, here's my example. In update x-axis, you can account for the breaks in the time series data. So, like, over the weekend, you can squish those Monday and Fridays together rather than having, like, a big gap. One of those things that update x-axis does is you can pass in, I think the wrong word for it, but a parameter that's like range breaks equals any number of things. You can do the range break thing in multiple different ways. But update x-axis can also do other stuff. How do I see all the stuff that update x-axis can do?
You should either be able to go, are you and the running the update x-axis dot felp open parenthesis does not do anything in terms of giving you the input options.
No, it did not actually. I did try that. I was
Did you
proud
post
that
anything? Did you post anything somewhere or
no. No, what would you like me to post real quick?
Yeah, I'm just more or less trying to do a better gauge of.
Hmm. I can screen share real quick.
Yeah, if you want to screen share, that'd be great.
So let me remember. So it's bbt dot ph help update. I think I'm about to input this wrong. I'd have to put something before update x-axis, right? It'd be like dot plot maybe, or
I've never used the update x-axis.
Huh. Well, so this is just one example. Like this is kind of something I want to do for other things as well. I keep having this problem where I'm trying to figure out what all a function can do, and I can't figure out how to find that out.
Oh, you're about to laugh. Give me 30 seconds. I'll share my screen. Give me about 2 minutes. I'm finishing something up.
Okay.
I was testing this out last night. It wasn't working too well, but I think for specific purposes, it could be useful. Hold on.
BT.
Probably about to be put into another long trade in a moment.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No. Oh yeah.
Okay. Let me. Ooh. Let me see how many tokens this is.
Big dot update x-axis. That's what I need. Okay.
Hey, Harvey, are you there?
Oh Jesus Christ.
Howdy.
Bex is yelling at me. I had you turned all the way up for some reason.
Because I'm very soft spoken, my friend.
Sometimes you can be.
How are
But
you
no.
doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm had a late night, so I'm recovering.
Nice. Trading getting better?
No. No, I've just been trying to learn how to backtest stuff. That is pretty much all I've done in like 3 weeks. I think I've taken like
Yeah.
six trades in the last couple weeks. I
It's not
am
bad.
well, yeah.
Were they winners at least?
No, I think they were all either losers or break evens. No, that's a lie. I did have like 2 winners, but they weren't anything crazy. No, I'm just kind of at a point where I am realizing I need to figure out how to need to have some kind of confidence in the system before I keep wasting. I'm just wasting time. I'm spinning my wheels, wasting time, pretending to be trading when I don't know that I for sure have a defined setup. So I am trying to find one.
And even when you find a defined setup, it's like not enough. It's like
You have to wait for it.
it's like it's hard, man. It's a hard fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I can see really not winning, but one of the ways I can see winning is you just really wait patiently
Oh,
and you
I know
try
what
to
I'm doing
take
wrong.
as little as possible. But even saying that is not enough.
Well, it's kind of like, let's say you had one defined setup that you know works and it only happens every once in a while. You can find, with enough time, find another setup. Like, say that only happens once a week. If you have like 4 or 5 of those, you end up having a good bit of trades.
You have a good bit of trades, but you're undercapitalized, so you have to over leverage. That fucks everything up.
Yes, it does.
Hmm. How about you, numbers? How are you doing?
I now all my money comes from OnlyFans. Can't complain. I'm the top 0.05% of content creators on OnlyFans, so it's not too bad.
Nice.
I
Are you
have a
posting trading videos on OnlyFans? Oh yeah, take this setup. Oh, that's a spicy setup.
no. It's
All legs. It's called Only Legs. Uh,
it's primarily trading while naked.
You know what's funny? You've now made this joke like hundreds of times, and there's a chance that you're not fucking with us.
Yeah.
Like this whole time. God damn it, why?
Okay. I get the fact that you're naked while you trade, but are the fucking setups good? I care about the spicy setups.
Well, depends on what you consider good. If we're referring to golf, the lower the score, the better.
That's true, but we're not golfing here. We're playing with numbers, baby. Numbers.
Numbers. Why is this not working?
Harvey, how'd the interview go? By the way, Harvey.
I haven't completed them yet. I was just trying to get some legwork done beforehand.
Oh, nice. Nice. Who is this guy? Do we know him or is it secret?
Well, there's more than one, and they're just people I've come across in my travels.
On OnlyFans, this is OnlyFans content. It's his subscriber base.
I'm actually shooting for people that are not successful,
Ah,
but they've been trying at it really, really like for a long time. Those are the people I want to focus on.
I've done a bunch of mentorship, and it's not something I probably would do again unless I was paid.
No, not mentorship. What are you talking about? I just want to figure out what they're doing wrong so I can avoid it. Sorry, I'm selfish.
Ah. God damn it. I
How's the
hate
trading
Python.
been lately, Harvey? By the way.
Uh, uh, I guess good. Like, I don't know. I'm still running that pretty high win rate. Last week, oh, yeah, pretty much nailed it the whole time, right? But I sized way down, so like the P&L didn't really reflect it. But like we were running at least an 85% win rate or something on it. And I didn't let a few of them run. So that probably cut into the bottom line at the end of the day.
Nice. Glad to hear it's still going good, man. That's good.
It's for me, it's just a psychological thing. I always end up doing something stupid and I over leverage myself and I over leverage myself at the exact wrong time. How about that? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. I
What was that?
He ran away.
Somebody was here?
Specs went on mute.
Oh, did it? Oh. Yeah, I do it to myself at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's the hardest part, pick and trade. But I mean, if you have a defined criteria, I guess part of it is discretionary, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, I have this haunting
What if I do this?
desire to push for more profits when I just have to go to work every day. Like, no matter how hard you work at that job, you're more than likely not going to get more done in a day than you can get done in a day. But this job, gives you the illusion that if you bet bigger, you'll make more progress. And reality is that you'll actually shoot yourself in the dick and bleed everywhere and get nothing done.
That's cool.
It's cool.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Peter, you know my. Whatever.
God damn it.
Once you get a taste for that P&L, you,
Thought that was elsewhere.
well, specs. I don't know how much is the biggest. What's the biggest trade you ever landed, right? And then like it's hard when you get up there, and you're like, I want
$1,000
that
bucks?
again. As in
Yeah.
bucks, yeah, sure. Like, have you hit more than a $2,000 trade?
No.
Well, it
Barely
gets
hit
pretty
1,000,
tasty.
man.
When you get up to that cocaine level, you're like, yeah, I just want the best of the best, right? Like,
Cocaine, let's go. Let's make ourselves
I
some
don't want the
cocaine
shitty
bears.
cocaine anymore. I need the best cocaine. I gotta get it going on, right? So, and then it's hard to come down from that, right? And then market
Uh-huh.
conditions really fucking dictate that. Like, you can
Yeah.
hit. Like last week was good for me. A lot of people got wrecked, huge last week, and I don't know. It worked for me. And then a month ago I got completely hammered, and a lot of people were like bringing in the biggest weeks of their careers, right? So I was like, holy shit. I know.
Fucking hard business, man. I was gonna ask,
Yeah.
what do you think's gonna
No, it's
happen
all
with
psychology.
FOMC on Wednesday?
How am I? What did you ask, sir?
FOMC Wednesday. What do you think?
Nothing. They're not going to do anything. They don't need to do anything. They're not going to do anything until the
No,
government
but I mean,
starts
how do you
putting
think
pressure on them. They
the
don't
market?
need to.
You still
They
think
don't need to waste their cards. They don't need to waste their bullets. They have 7 bullets or whatever.
the market's gonna react positively then if the trend stays the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Cool.
Yeah. Sure. Onward and upward. Right. Until we have to, and until this thing completely collapses, we're not going anywhere. Look at a daily chart. We haven't even flinched the fucking thing. We can get down to, I don't even, let's take a look. Daily chart. These drawings off, like on S&Ps, we got to get down below 130s minimum to even start thinking that anything is wrong. And it's not even close. It's actually down to 5,000s again. And then even then, it's still not all that fucked up. So let's go to 4,900. Now we're getting a pullback on a daily, Now let's go down to 4,750. Oh, that's a deep pullback, and they can always go deeper than you think. So why don't we go all the way down to 4,450? Because that's still a pullback. And the Fed doesn't have to shoot a single bullet until after 4,100. Even then, they don't even have to shoot a fucking bullet at it. So why would they? Until the government puts pressure on them, they won't do it.
That's
Banking
true.
is going to be
true.
huge on this next little bit right now. Banking sector, keep an eye on that. And then we're going to be sliding into the new quarter here in 10 days, 12 days, right? So remember what happens there. So if we got weak banks, we'll have to see how they're going to balance that. I don't see any rate cuts until September, if that.
A lot of people are saying June. Here, let me check what they're saying.
Well, 90% of Americans are pretty much experiencing a recession. It's a bit of a different conversation. I feel is because 90% of Americans are experiencing a recession with cost of living.
That's true. Yeah.
And markets and what do you call it? Civilian economy are two completely different fucking things.
But
They don't care about each other.
No, I agree with that. However, the Fed is primarily concerned about unemployment, manufacturing, and numerous other metrics, which start to become a reflection of, often what the consumer experiences is delayed about 12 months.
Now, what consumers, though, we have higher jobs coming in. It's actually discretionary. People aren't spending on the good stuff. Right? And I get it that there's a housing crisis and now we have this food fucking inflationary fucking problem. But still, the poor will stay poor, and the middle class will pay more, and the upper class will get more tax breaks, and that's
This completely is confirmation of 90% of people in North America are experiencing a recession, and you have the 5 to 10%, which are doing relatively fine. Because I look around Denver, I don't know who the fuck's purchasing half these houses, because half the houses that are coming up on the market are well over $1 million, and this doesn't make sense at all. With
Yeah,
interest,
no, well, like even if you want to actually focus your look on rentals, then you say to yourself, okay, wait, if I need a mortgage of X to pay for this, one or $4 million fucking fourplex or whatever it is, and I need this much for the mortgage, and those two numbers don't match, and I'm always in the hole, who is buying these rentals? You have a great point. I said the exact same thing last time this happened. I think it was like 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. I said the exact same fucking thing. I was like, who the fuck is doing this? And somebody was. And they are. And the price will go up. And it's like the people are making investments into this real estate just to get into the game, yet it's not profitable, and it won't be profitable for another 5 fucking years. And yet at that point, what are you expecting? Now the interest rate's coming down, so now you're going to renegotiate your mortgage. Like it's a little bit more of a plan, I guess. But who are these fucking? They're not just regular Johnny homeowner fucking going, hey man, I got a little bit extra money. Why don't we buy a rental unit, honey? That'll be fun, won't it? And I don't know who it is, because all the commercial real estate is getting hammered. Half these fucking big towers are empty. That's what the banking fucking problem is all about.
As long as there's volatility to be sold, volatility is being sold. And it needs a really big flow to break that mechanical flow, everyday flow.
I'm not disagreeing with numbers saying that there's a recessionary feel, but I had that argument like, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago in this same fucking room. A number was probably here, and everybody was arguing, oh no, it's not a recession. Unless the chart does like whatever 10% in 2 weeks or whatever the fuck that fucking whatever they call it out as. And meanwhile, that was the recession. That whole from that January down to October, that was the pullback basically, and the depreciate, like the worry part of like, oh, what are they gonna do? What are we gonna do? Right? And then inflation started kicking in, and then we're up, right?
well, I've always acknowledged that 90% of Americans are experiencing a recession,
Possibility of being attacked.
because it's primarily the individuals which have resources where their income has not only been adjusted to account for inflation, but it's outpaced in the past 4 to 5 years. Those are the individuals purchasing it. However, the percentage of income which one is allocating towards their housing and living expenses is there's no mechanism for them to actually be able to save any semblance of money. And most of my friends, which have sold their startups, which have done exceptionally well, and I'm talking about 10 million, 20 million, 30 million by the age of 30, all of them agree cost of living in the US, what you receive in return is definitely not worthwhile. Why would you spend, let's say your average living expense is 8 to 10,000 per month? And so food, housing, this and that, when you could go live in Paris, when you could live in Greece.
I
Most
mean, a lot of people don't want to live abroad like that, but yeah.
I
So my argument was why don't you want to live in Detroit?
people that have people that have money would rather live abroad, not only for tax purposes, but you have a much better quality of life with reduced cost of living. It's a pretty attractive offer.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with people that have money would want to live abroad. I'm saying.
Yes, Harvey, come to me.
I want a Passat.
But no,
Turbo.
I'm switching to a Mercedes. So.
Mercedes twin turbo. Okay, that's fine.
Oh fuck! Oh boy, I'm in another long
Yellow
position.
flat. Oh, Mario. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's on one part why I'm looking into property in Greece is it gives me a golden visa. The cost of living is 60% cheaper than where I am right now. It's kind of, this sounds nice.
Yeah. Well,
And
I mean, as long as their internet works.
well, yeah, the place, several of the locations which I've contacted are running a gigabyte down per second.
That's good.
I
man.
was gonna say most of those places. Oh my fucking
Ugh.
god.
Natty Nat.
So
Numbers. Have you looked at like Mallorca, something like those ones?
Where?
A bit more west. Greece.
No, I
The
haven't.
military.
Because the thing is, if I want a golden visa, Spain and Portugal require, and Malta require investments into their venture funds. Versus in Greece, you spend 250,000 or 400, depending on location, and that pretty much buys you a golden visa. If I don't like living there, there are no restrictions on being able to use it as a rental property. I only have to be there 7 days a year, so literally purchase a place to live. And I'm in a situation of I have a place to live, my cost of living is significantly less, and I have a golden visa with a 5-year path to citizenship. It all sounds pretty damn good to me.
Okay, I have a question now. But wouldn't you still have to pay taxes to the American? Yeah, to the American financial
Well, yes, I
apparatus.
will. But
Okay, and
the thing is, I'm not concerned about that. I want to have access to crypto. I want to have direct access to CFDs without concern of my money being frozen. And for a small cost, well, I shouldn't say this, but for a small cost of $250,000 and a better quality of life, I have access to every major crypto exchange. And with the returns that I'm seeing on out of sample data and Monte Carlo permutations for statistical significance, I'm missing out on a shit ton of money by not having exposure to crypto. And I'm not even including the current bull run. I'm referring to even during the pretty much the significant bear periods or the crypto winter.
okay, but you would be double taxed, right?
No, I wouldn't, because I'm incorporated offshore. So the corporation remains offshore, but the address registered is going to be in Greece for CFDs and for crypto.
Okay. So only U.S. taxes on those capital gains.
I want to spend more time in Europe, and this gives me direct access to a golden visa, a place to live. And if I don't like it, I'll rent it. I'll have it as a rental property. It's that simple for me. And I look across the street from where I'm living right now. The house is how many square meters? About 1,600 square feet, or 1,600 square feet, and so 148 square meters. Looks to be a relatively nice house. It's $1.8 million. What the actual fuck? And it's a nice area of Denver, no ifs, ands, or buts. But my average spend cost of living is about $9,000 to $10,000 a month at a minimum in Denver. It's not fucking worth it.
How much is that is rent?
Trying to think. That's 6,800.
I mean, rentees are being squeezed to death in the US right now, right?
Yes and no. If you're in a desirable location, that's for fuck's sakes, cost of living in Paris in the 13th or 7th around these mall. It's 50% cheaper for a similar quality of place. it doesn't feel with the amount of money you spend. It's kind of whatever. And I'm fortunate to be making more than enough. I mean, granted, I'm waiting for settlement until everything is up and live, running smoothly at actual size. But it simply doesn't feel worth it for the amount of money that's being spent whatsoever. Why the fuck am I spending, if I include some other expenses, 9 to 10? Spending 9 to 10 a month, well, including other expenses, 12,000 a month. It doesn't feel worth it at all.
Worth it. It's not.
If I go to Greece, I'm eligible for a mortgage. I put 20% down on $1 million place, so 200,000. And then the mortgage is 3.5% spread over 30 to 40 years. I'm paying $2,800 to $3,000 a month on a fucking mortgage to have a nicer, better quality of life. And if I don't like it, great. I have it as a rental property or set it up on Airbnb and maybe lose $800 a month. I don't care if I lose $800 a month as a carrying cost or $1,000 a month as a carrying cost. That's the thing. And almost all my friends feel the same way that have done really well for themselves. Is it's not fucking worth it.
Yes, come to Europe.
Well, and so let me clarify. I'm
Come
talking
to
about.
the
I'm referring to if you have resources. I'm the first to concede that if I didn't have the ability to go to travel, to spend time in different locations, I'd want to live in the U.S. No ifs, ands, or buts. However, because I have the resources to go where I please, and with trading and systematic strategies, I don't. It's detrimental to be in the U.S. not only for tax purposes and how you're incorporated, but also for quality of life and cost of living.
Yes, only fat chicks. Okay, sorry. I'm taking that back. Or do I?
You're not really wrong. I mean, if you're in major metropolitan areas, you're fine for the most part, but yeah.
Well, you either have specimen like you who are super trained, right? Or
Specimen.
the other extreme. Like I feel like that's at least that's what I gather from the media. It's just the extremes right now, right? I don't know. Bayman, I've seen. I'm not at my PC, but I've seen you have quite some nice looking backtesting up there and running. How is it going?
Horribly, man.
Oh, no.
I can't get anything to work. My launch. So right now I'm just doing something very simple, and I can't even get that to work. All I'm trying to do right now is test like a 5-minute outside bar reversal.
Oh wait.
Get that.
So here you go. Use the built-in function help. Or here, let me share my screen. You need to.
I can't get nothing to work.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, sorry. Yes, I will look at your screen though.
Let me just share. I have way too many windows open. Okay. Can you see my screen?
No, you showed up for a second, then you disappeared. Like it's not even showing that you're showing your screen. Happened again.
Yeah, let me see. Can I not stream in 1440? It's not allowing me. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay. Back. Okay.
Go. Got it.
So give this a try.
I did actually. But one second. I'll try again.
Yeah, nice.
But it's not gonna work. Update layout. How many little bottom lines is that for Doc? Or are you trying to? Which one are you trying to get me to do? The top one.
Either or, yeah.
Update layout. So. Oh no, that's wrong. There you go. No. Go is not a thing in VBT, or it should be because it has Plotly in it. But yeah, Go is not
Okay.
a thing.
I mean, right now, if you give me a few minutes, I'm about to install the QuantGPT main. However, it requires an OpenAI API key. So I'm going to install this in a moment,
Mhm.
and then this might be a better option.
Yeah, for some reason I can't get help to really work on anything that is Vector BT's library. Or not anything. Some things it is working, but I also might be doing it wrong. I can't tell. Like for instance, what if I do this? This should work.
Let's see. It's the over under on if we go higher or lower. I'm in a long position off 52.37. What's the over under on this?
Oh, here you go. I finally found an example of.
Okay.
So I found like something that VBT's help function will actually run on. So this is a function to set a theme for a plot. So it's pretty simple. But all they give me is this. Like there's obviously other themes, but I'm not seeing it at all. Maybe if I do this. Nope. Like I would think this should show me the options available for the theme.
Hmm.
But even like if I just go to their documentation, I will search for something. So for instance, I'm now in their documentation. I can search update x-axis. Where is an example? Oh my God. I hate coding. So this is in the cookbook. Let's do range breaks. Other question. So they have documentation, and then they have this API tab on top. What is that?
Okay.
What is the
API tab is the underlying code on how it's written. So a lot of it's written in Rust.
Okay. So I won't find what I'm looking for there either.
Usually not. Hold on. Oh, motherfucker. God damn.
So like I search for this function, and this is like all I can find about it. There you go. That's my issue with the documentation. Is I'm searching the function, it gives me this, and I don't know what to do with this. That's my question for you.
Have you asked Oleg?
I have not. I have been trying not to do that because I have such a large knowledge gap. Like I'm trying not to.
Yeah, I know,
bother-
but the thing is, you're paying though.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, you're a paid subscriber of it.
Mhm.
That's my perspective. I'm sorry, you're paying for it. And in all honesty, you should be willing to ask him questions.
Or I'll ask if somebody else can, or if he has somebody else that can answer it. Yeah, I will do that. That was something I almost did because I thought this was like a simple thing where you could just like tell me how I was using the documentation wrong. Because in my
Yeah.
head, I thought I could just come in here, search for the function that I'm trying to learn about, and it tells me how to use it and what it needs, like what parameters it'll accept.
Yeah.
But I can't find anything like that, so I'll ask him. I felt like I was just missing something on their website, or I was being stupid.
No, I haven't played around with anything to do with X-Access.
Well, it's not just that one; just any
Oh.
functions at all. Is my
Yeah.
issue. Like that was just my one example.
Shit, this
That was the
up.
one example that led me
Yeah.
to go crazy the other day when I messaged you. Yeah, I'll message him.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Jesus Christ, the requirements that text file is huge on this.
Numbers, do you still got access to the interbank market? Through your company? Test.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab. I need another energy drink. Hold on.
Test. Can you hear me? Test.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I think
Yes,
he
sir.
was-
I can't hear you, Timmy.
Good to know.
I think he
I'm
was
just
just in his own head for a second when you asked.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just the two of us.
We can make it if we try.
Putin got reelected, surprisingly.
What?
That is very that blew
No.
my mind.
No.
Big news.
And with 88%, a mathematical impossibility.
You can't get 88% of people to agree on anything.
Well, fuck me. All those scientists that do research on elections seem to be wrong. Again, you can't rely on science, guys.
Science is
Telling
just
you.
made up by the man.
Yeah, by the man. You can't trust the man. This shit is flat as fuck. And Hitler lives on a fucking moon. Telling you right here, right now.
So that's the funny thing is like you could ask the world as a whole, hey, did Hitler do anything fucked up at all? And you're never going to get like 88% of people are not even going to say yes to that. Like, no, we just don't want to agree. We'll find a reason.
Yep.
Why would they fake that moon landing?
That's fake. Why? Because they were trying to wait. Who? You mean like our moon landing?
The first moon landing.
Well,
Other than that, bragging rights, like what was
that was it. It was trying to start we were trying to get Russia to sink a bunch of their money into their space program, if I recall correctly. Like yes, it was like bragging rights, but we were trying to get them to waste their money, which is why we faked it. Or sorry, why it is theorized that we faked it, because we didn't want to spend our money on that shit, but we wanted them to spend their money and just waste it. That's the theory, I believe.
tried to make Russia waste their money. Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's where the theory came from. What am I doing? Fig. What is fig? Make subplots. Plot.
It's flips. Then we might have something. Oh shit. Just
Harvey.
Yeah.
Did you have a look at the script?
Yeah, I put it on.
Yeah. I did too.
Where did it go?
I'll
It's
tell
like
you.
a standalone, almost on its own.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to overlay it on anything.
No, I don't overlay it right now. I have it as a separate.
Yeah.
Below, yes.
Yeah, like I don't have to put that on top of anything. That's just all on its own.
Yeah.
Right. And what you feel 1 hour is a good time frame for that?
Yeah. And I feel like right now that move we're seeing here, that up move, is a dog shit move. I don't know. I feel like it's shortable.
Have you ever zoomed out yet on that? Did you go to a daily chart?
I did. And
Yes.
it works sometimes.
I think you have to, it's a timing thing, right? You have to time it. When inflation is a hot topic, like with the CPI PMI release, right? Then you can play that.
I would overlay SPX on that. Where's the CBOE one?
And in my eyes, it's pretty revealing if you look at it on the daily time frame.
No, that's it.
You can almost see when they are front running.
Position long, slightly underwater. Ugh.
Numbers. Do you still got the connection to the or how Jesus? Do you still have a data feed of the interbank market through your company?
Yeah, I mean, it's my relationship with them is non-existent. So,
Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. Do you know when you still had it if you could get real-time quotes on the 10-year tips? 10-year tips yield?
I could if I was streaming it directly from Data Bento, yeah. But right now, no, not at the moment.
No, yeah, I only get daily data, daily close data.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly think there is, yeah, I think real time. If you can get real time fluctuation of the 10-year tips treasury break even rate, that there's some form of edge in there.
What would
If
you
you-
want to match that with? Would that be long bond or long yield?
I would match that with the. I'd look for a difference. I would look in a difference between the tips and the 10-year yield.
Yeah, the medium, right?
Mm-hmm. And any changes in that would be precursor to equities moving. But yeah, from my research, you can only get that data if you have an interbank market data feed. And I suspect there is a reason why.
What exchange is it?
Exchange would be on Trading View. Let me have a look. Wait, give me a second. So that's Trading View. Yeah, well, that's the Fed numbers. This one, this one on Trading View. That's the it's the Fed, right? I don't know how they
Fred or Fed?
Fed, FED.
What product is it? 10-year. mean, it's. Are you referring to 10-year silver swaps?
No, not SOFR swaps. Inflation index security.
It's inflation protected.
Yeah.
Oh, tips. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I didn't quite follow what you guys were doing. Yeah, inflation protected securities.
Can't you use just the tips ETF if you want to track it intraday? Because it's only going to be end of day close for
Mhm.
most situations.
Yeah, I can get that. That's no problem. But it moves intraday. So for example, right now it's going up.
And there's the bond ETF, which is, I don't want to say actively traded, but
Yeah, I know. There is a ETF on those. Because right now, based on that, I would say your long had a problem. If that the difference between the tips, yeah, I think there's edge in there.
Absolutely. How do we use it? That's the key. That's the real trick to this, right? Why is copper still going up?
Yep, copper's going up.
Do you see the cocoa?
Sorry?
Cocoa is going bonkers. Is it starting to back off now? Just a bit.
Okay.
It's just a tasty pullback for your higher priced chocolate bar.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, copper's still strong.
In general, commodity index. It's looking good, commodity index. Printing a
Yeah. Oh, which one? I think they're wave breaks. The height of each wave changes. Is at an interesting spot again. Gold is turning.
Look at SPX with the spread up right now. And what basically just happened moments ago.
Position. You're minus 1.75 points per contract. Because if we start going higher again, I'll end up re-entering. So.
Yeah, what you're saying, inverse.
Mhm. But that you can do that on a time with timing, right? If it becomes a topic. So like last few trading days. But if you can have a growth measure, and you can look what those two are doing and how they are behaving and how they are canceling each other out, right? If growth is good enough to cancel out that rate, I guess, because we don't, right? Then everything's fine and dandy. But if one becomes too small or this one becomes too big and it goes negative, jeepers, then you're really done for. But I don't know how you would go about that, to be honest. I guess you could do it by the sector growth products, right? Maybe. But I don't know if you can get some kind of rate that's relatable to what we get here with the 2.4. Because you would need a real-time GDP expectation forecast for that one, basically.
Which is not available.
Exactly.
Estimate. You could estimate as much as you want, but that's not available. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, I agree. You're just not going to be able to get that ever. That's as inside as it gets.
Well, that's
J Pow's pinky ring.
exactly, or it's basically who got the biggest computing power and can pull in all the data and put it all in his fucking supermodel, and it spits out a good number, right?
Right.
But you see where I'm going with that. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
What's even funny, I asked Zero about it and they look at the same. Which immediately tells me that there's something there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying. You can't take a single thing that any of these older guys say, even if you don't think that it's. I mean, they've been doing this for years, right? So like 40 fucking years, not like a fucking couple of years. They've been here for 40 years, man. That's like put two.
That and you don't, and you have to remember, we are basically trying to get a whole classical education in that stuff by ourselves, right?
Yeah, which they got by actually
With-
going to work every
with-
day for
not
40
e-
fucking years.
Yeah, and in school probably, because one of the professors told them, "Oh, by the way, this is a great way to measure that. Look at those two, and you get this."
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean about the old boys club, right? Like they, it would be like, they overheard it at a dinner or something or whatever, right? Like as a kid, they overheard it maybe, or what, like you're saying, like professor had like a few fucking handful of kids that he knew that, had some relationship with him. You know what I mean? Like Janet Yellen's fucking cousin. Fuck. You don't think Janet Yellen's cousin knows a thing or two?
Mhm.
Yeah, quite the turnout today.
Yeah, I was
Looks like
gonna say.
we got a lot of free Top Step accounts there on Friday. Let's see how this works here. I wouldn't be trading this much, guys. Like this does look like it wants to turn, but I mean, you got another 2 hours to go here. 2.5 hours to go. Sorry, 1.5 hours to go. Sorry, my apologies.
I've taken 3 trades on. Well, I not really. I 3 trades on ES, 3 longs, and then flattened one of them for break even, or not break even, minus 1.75 points per contract. So
Might be a good trade in gold here setting up. It's gonna, I don't know. It's gonna take all the moons to align. And I just don't think the bonds have it in them. Like they don't need to do anything or whatever for a while. They did a bunch last week. They did all kinds of work last week. They don't have to do anything else now. Looks like Bitcoin's taking a bit of a beating over the weekend.
Yep.
Which whatever. After that kind of a push, you can't expect a little pressure release. Sorry, you can't not expect some pressure release on that. Like realistically, where are we at? There. It's pretty big fucking move, really. Let's just take it from there. 75%, right? So like, even if you bring it back say 50% of that, so we'll say 25% pullback. That puts us, still at 60 grand, which is fine. That's healthy for the market. Not that crypto has to follow any fucking rules. I did read something kind of interesting about Bitcoin and altcoin and crypto in general. It was just how it's fueled on human behavior more than it's a technical paradise. It should be. It should be a technical paradise. Is what I was.
Hmm. Yeah, like most trading is, right? Only very few ones are based on absolute fundamental research.
Yeah.
And
And
those,
and as far as it goes with the fucking coins, exactly. Keep going. Tell me more.
and those are, yeah. If you can actually, yeah, well, those with the best fundamental research on very complex models are obviously the ones with the most money to control or to do stuff with, right?
Shit.
Now it's going down.
Crude.
So this is now very interesting. Either my spread did a fake out breakout, or yes, it's doing like
Love when
gonna be very.
I love when you spread it.
I don't understand why fucking CNBC has real-time quotes on the 10-year tips, but not TradingView. I don't understand that at all.
Sorry, say that again. TradingView doesn't have real-time quotes for what?
TradingView doesn't give me real-time, only price on close daily for the tips. But if you look at this one here, open up that link, go on the daily, and you can see they've got real-time quotes.
The fucker. Fuck.
Whatever. So 2 and 1. 201.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've got like 214. So it's not even close.
Yeah, and we printed a higher high right here, right? Just moments ago. Like at 10:50.
Yeah. Yeah, why would they why would they give me oh yeah, how did you stumble onto that? That's interesting.
My one prime ability is to snoop up information. You know that.
Oh yeah? Do you ever use SpyFu?
What's that?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, now you gotta
Okay,
go
yeah.
snooping. Yes, Timmy.
Pardon, Bayman?
Oh, I said now he's got to go snooping.
Snoop, snoop.
I have noticed that about you, Timmy. You are very good at finding the secrets to the world, to life, the universe, and everything.
He yells at me the other day. He's yelling at me. He's like, "You don't have a ad blocker? Why don't you have an ad blocker? Here, take this ad blocker for free. Here, take it."
Free. Well, why don't you have an
My
ad blocker?
terrible
though?
accent. I guess I don't know nothing, and I'm like, okay. Okay, here's my good question. Well, how come the ad blocker doesn't work on all the? Have they got better ads than I can block, or what?
Depends. There's some ads you can't block because they're the way they are delivered.
Harvey says, when I go to the porn sites, it does not do its job. What's with that?
What is up with that? I need answers like in 20 minutes.
After I'm finished.
20. Whoa, that's 20 minutes. Good job, man.
All right, numbers. I'm messaging him. So I finally got the help function to work on what I was trying to make it work on, and I'll show you the example. I know you don't care, but I'm just going to send it to you anyways.
Curious. Yeah, send away.
I'll message it to you because it's a good bit of stuff. But basically, it shows you what it calls the parameters, but I thought it would show me other things. Like, for instance, one of the things the update x-axis can do is the range break function, which just combines the bars from the gaps in data over the weekend. But that's not on here at all. And I'm sure there's
Oh
other.
wait, search. I was gonna say search through the Discord. That automatically you can automatically remove the. There's two code lines of code to remove weekend data.
What?
You're just trying to remove weekend data, correct?
No, I ended up getting it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Is this is an example of something I'm trying to understand. Like,
Yeah.
it's not this. I solved this problem, but there's now been like 100 times where I'm trying to figure out what parameters get passed into a function, and I don't know where to find that. Like, I can find examples of them just via tutorials and stuff, but I can't see all of them. And I thought that would be in the documentation. Like, under the function update x-axis, I just would assume it would show everything that you can update on the x-axis.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I messaged him. Apparently I'm misunderstanding how to read documentation.
Like some Twitter posts.
Holy shit, he was quick. Like I just sent that message in like the little support channel in their Discord, and he like Started typing right after that.
Yeah.
Is he an AI? You wouldn't have even had time to read
No,
that.
he's not.
Okay.
Sam Altman has an interview with Lex Friedman just released.
Yeah. There's speculation that tomorrow they're going to be releasing GPT 4.5.
4.5, but I just paid for 4.
Yeah.
God damn it. This is why I
No,
never
I
buy
mean,
the latest and
You
greatest.
don't.
We should get access to
You
that. right?
no. Yeah, they roll it out. It's if you have ChatGPT 4, it would automatically rolls to 4.5.
Ah, excellent. So I'm getting a free upgrade.
Yes.
I will just type in "make me money on the stonks market," and he says, "Yes, I shall, master.
Yeah.
This is a way."
Ah. So that was a bad example. He was basically saying the update x-axis is a Plotly library function, not VBT. So I need to find a VBT function as an example. What would be a VBT function?
Be right back.
Hmm.
I don't really need that if I have this, right? That's what it's doing. Really. I think that's going on here.
What did you just say?
Oh, I don't know. I was talking to myself.
Okay.
I didn't even know I was on. Did I say something?
Yeah, you said something.
I said, ooh. Because I remember this song. I forgot all about this song.
Yeah. Cool. Mhm. I don't know. I guess that was worth quite a bit. There goes the crude long. This is why I ask if sometimes those levels can be just off by a bit. And he's like, no, 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 no. My math is perfect. I'm not saying, oh, they're dead wrong. I'm just saying, could they be just off by like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 fucking, who knows cents, right? Like this is. Yeah. Could it be off by 10 cents? That's what I'm asking. Not my math. My math is perfect.
Well, maybe the market's not perfect. Like, even if like everybody agreed on a level being a level, some asshole isn't going to. He's just going to buy into it, and it's going to go up 2 more ticks. Or 20.
Is this more of that techno stuff to me?
A bit.
It is too. We can also be-
A bit
Hey,
of
Oh, it's
the
got
old
lyrics.
techno.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Why does it always take that European music so long to get going? Why can't they just get it going? Like there's such a buildup always. Like a fucking half and 3/4 of a minute buildup.
Because you need to imagine that that kind of music is played in a club.
You
So
set the tone.
it's slowly getting there, and then it's there, then it's ecstasy pure.
Yeah, no, I gotta whip the walk all the way over to the bar, get a drink, and walk back. Before
No,
I
you're
do
not
it.
drinking.
Oh,
You're not
I
drinking.
walk
at
over to the corner
these
to the guy
clubs.
with the trench coat and get my pills.
Yes, there you go.
But to be honest, that's not techno at all.
Wow.
No. This
Some
was
people say
actual.
that about that new country shit.
This
Techno
is
is in
actual
the eye
techno.
of the listener.
This is techno. Like I said, I
This-
like that Aphex Twin style. This is too steady to what is this, house or trance or whatever?
This is actual techno.
That's the classifier.
Yeah, this is techno. You could say that it is a bit in the direction of trance. I can live with techno trance. Yeah, I can live with it, but not house. Definitely not house.
You know what? You've heard the Aphex Twin, right? What do they?
Mm.
Maybe I can look that up.
Yeah, Apex Twin is like
Dance electronic is what they're.
yeah, exactly like what's the band
Dance
called?
electronic.
What's Smack My Bitch Up again? Prodigy.
Electronic.
That's like Prodigy, right?
Yeah, more like a beat, not just a douche like that.
This stuff is fire, but I guess you know that song. How did you do that?
Magic. What's this? An ostrich?
You know of the Prodigy, right? Don't tell me you don't know the Prodigy.
Yeah, I know the pottage. Yeah. Yeah. This is an interesting spot right here. If this doesn't reject this area, there's going to be some pretty there could be some downward movement.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks.
Tips Tips made a double double top, but lower highs and lower lows just now.
Gonna line up too. We need another 35 minutes. Crude oil along the break. soon.
I guess BX 5150 is the target for now.
Right. So it came up, started, came back down. That's pretty much perfect. It doesn't look like it does, There it is right there. That could be the reversal. Where are we? Is it doing it? It is. You see that? I fucking knew it.
I fucking
Yeah.
knew it.
Let's see. I still think that is short lived though.
What the hell? We just gotta see if it can hold it now. Like that's just it's small. That's just the first trigger. Now can it hold this? Then reject this area. Because if it does, then we might get to we might get to the new high of the year or whatever. Where is the high of the year anyway? Not even that far
Why?
away.
Why is that jumping? Eh?
It's right there, 57 or something, right? Is that right? Yeah.
What is
It's
going
not
on?
even that far. Okay, so that's one, that's two.
Okay, now. Once we finished. So we can come back up. So that's three. Just wait for the pattern now. And we got 30 minutes. So we don't have to rush.
Be cool.
Shit, it's there too. Let's spread long CL. Late obviously, but 11:15. Don't have a signal though. 11:15 crude. 15 crude. I do have a signal here on a different time frame. Shitty signal, but it's there. Ha! There, that works. You gotta just use it correctly.
You crossover. Yeah. See it working.
Crisis averted. All fixed. Now we can commence money making.
Oh, tips at the high for today. Now, if we can break through here, this is going lower, Harvey. I don't know if you should look for long here. I mean, to play your setup. Don't listen to me.
In the tips, yeah. Well, It's just
This is
another way to read the bond, right? So if you have an inverse correlation between it and the bond, that's when you
Oh, we got. I say we
Potentially.
go lower. This would be my.
well potentially, yeah. Look at that. It could be a signal.
Yeah, look at that lovely liquidity between 20s and 17. Kind of schneck in a few sec. Yeah, tips broke to the upside, Tavi.
Bonds are breaking.
He?
Gold is breaking.
See? See?
Well,
Do it. Do it. Do
that's a
it.
good idea. If this breaks down, it might be really violent. I don't know why I'm not going to take this. I should take this.
I don't know how violent
It's
though.
not
I
the
mean,
greatest. It's so much risk here. I just don't. I don't know. Because it could get rejected again. We got 30 more minutes.
Papa Poom. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
One last chance here. We'll see if it holds right here. Just a little bit. It's got a little bit more. That's exactly what it's running on right there.
No, I misclicked.
That's the one. I found it.
Interesting.
It's just another 10 things to look at. It's not the end of the world.
No, there's coming more. I've already got stuff lined up.
Oh, there it is there. So that's actually. See, where are the bonds? The bonds refer to. Where's this? There's down. Down. Interesting. Down.
Would you look at that?
There's that gold trade kind of working too. It's kind of sticking with the. So this is their last chance to hold this. Doesn't look like they're going to. They very well could.
Ah, shit.
Hmm. What we're looking at here, half are we? What are we looking at? Still don't think that this is the turnaround.
Yeah.
You're gonna take a trade when it set up, here, Harvey, to the long side?
When we talk about 802.11 technologies, we often talk about frequency use, and there are two major bands that we use for these frequencies. One of these bands is the 2.4 gigahertz range, and the other is the 5 gigahertz range. And there are some 802.11 standards, like 802.11n, that can use both of these ranges at the same time. You may notice in your configuration of 802.11 wireless access points that you're able to choose a channel of frequencies to use. This is a grouping of frequencies the IEEE has put together and has assigned numbers to it. For example, if you were choosing a 20 megahertz block of frequencies in the 2.4 gigahertz range that's centered around 2,412 megahertz, the IEEE calls that channel 1. Some of these channels overlap with each other, so you may find in the 2.4 gigahertz range that channel 1 and channel 2 slightly overlap. We often say that we would like to use channel 1, channel 6, or channel 11 because we know those 20 megahertz bandwidths will not overlap with each other if you choose those channels. Some wireless standards will use a 20 megahertz block of frequencies to be able to communicate. Others will expand that bandwidth into 40, 80, and 160 megahertz blocks. The modulation used for these 802.11 standards tends to dictate how much bandwidth will be used. For example, 802.11a, 802.11b, and 802.11g used about a 20 megahertz channel bandwidth. With 802.11n, you have the choice between a 20 megahertz bandwidth, or you could double that to use a 40 megahertz bandwidth, which was two contiguous 20 megahertz bonded channels. There's limited bandwidth available at 2.4 gigahertz, so by bonding together and creating a 40 megahertz channel, you're using most of the available bandwidth. With 802.11ac, you're running in the 5 gigahertz frequency range, which gives you much more bandwidth available. If you're running 802.11n stations on this 802.11ac network, then you can use the 40 megahertz bandwidths that were available with 802.11n. If you're using 802.11ac networking, then you're using 80 megahertz bandwidths by default, and you have the option to use 160 megahertz bandwidths. Let's visually see what this looks like for the 2.4 gigahertz range and the 5 gigahertz range. All of the colors that we see here that are blue, gold, and green are channels that are available to use in these frequencies. If you see the red color, that means that those frequencies are not available for 802.11 networking. You can see for 2.4 gigahertz, we have three 20 megahertz blocks available, channels 1, channel 6, and channel 11, and that's the only spectrum available in the 2.4 gigahertz range. Now let's look at how much bandwidth is available at the 5 gigahertz range, and you can see it's a significant difference than running at 2.4 gigahertz. Remember that anything that's colored red is unavailable, but all of the other colors are available as 20 megahertz channels in the 802.11 5 gigahertz range. We mentioned earlier that 802.11n could use 40 megahertz ranges, and you can see those ranges are broken out. And of course, anything that's red is unavailable. If you're using 802.11ac, then you'd be using 80 megahertz ranges. You can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those ranges available. And if you're using the optional 160 megahertz range with 802.11ac, you have two contiguous ranges that you can use in the 5 gigahertz band. Another common networking technology we use wirelessly over a short distance is Bluetooth. This is called a personal area network, or a PAN, and we commonly see Bluetooth used to connect many different kinds of devices: our smartphones and tablets, our automobiles, our health monitors and smartwatches, and we also use Bluetooth for tethering and file transfers between our devices. A popular wireless technology that we find in access badges, in our animal identification technologies, or really anything that we might need to be tracked is RFID. It stands for radio frequency identification. These are very small tags that we could put in anything that we'd like to track. Here's a size comparison of an RFID tag and a grain of rice. You can see they're very small, so you can put them almost anywhere. Here's another RFID tag. This one is flat, so it makes it very easy to put into things like cards that we would use for access. These RFID tags work using radar technology. This RF energy is sent out, captured by the tag, and is used to power the RFID tag. The tag then sends out an ID signal, which then can be captured. You might also find RFID tags that are already powered. Those are active RFID tags. An advanced form of RFID is one that we put into many of our mobile phones. This is near field communication, or NFC. This allows us to use our phones as identification devices, so we're able to pay for systems with a credit card or an online wallet. We can use NFC to help with the pairing process with Bluetooth, or it can act as an identity card to prove that you are who you say you are or give you access to a locked room. There are two major wireless standards associated with Internet of Things technologies, and one that is an open standard is Zigbee. This is an open standard called the IEEE 802.15.4 Personal Area Network. Instead of using Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, you can use a Zigbee connected device. It uses less energy and less power than Wi-Fi and can go longer distances than a Bluetooth connection. Unlike 802.11, which has a central access point and all devices have to be able to communicate to that access point, Zigbee is a meshed network. This means that your Zigbee network can be quite large because all of the Zigbee devices can communicate through each other to expand the size of the network. Zigbee communicates over the ISM band. That's the industrial, scientific, and medical band, and it communicates over 900 megahertz and 2.4 gigahertz frequencies in the United States. The other competing technology for this wireless Internet of Things meshed network is Z-Wave. This is a proprietary networking type, but it is also commonly used as the Internet of Things networks for your lights, your garage door, and other home automation. Similar to Zigbee, Z-Wave is a meshed network, which means that nodes can hop through other nodes on their way to the destination. This is also using the ISM band, and it's using the 900 megahertz frequencies of the ISM band in the United States. You often hear our mobile devices described as cell phones. That's because we broke up the geography into these separate cells of communication, and we placed antennas at the corners of these cells so that we could communicate using these mobile devices. We began this method of communication with 2G networks, and we separated 2G networks into two different camps of technologies. One was GSM, which is the global system for mobile communications, and the other type of standard that was commonly used was CDMA, which is Code Division Multiple Access. These 2G networks were built with voice communication in mind. They were built so that you could make phone calls, and the idea of sending data over this network was not part of the original engineering. There were minor changes made with 2G that could support some data exchange, but the primary focus was on voice communication. 3G networks were introduced in 1998, and these networks provided more data functionality than we had with the 2G networks. These 3G networks really changed how we started to use our mobile devices because this increased bandwidth meant that we could have different types of applications. We were able to run GPS technologies and have video on demand and use much more data than we were using with 2G. With 4G technology, we began to consolidate the type of wireless networking that we were doing over these mobile networks. Most of this consolidation consisted of LTE, or long-term evolution networking. This was based on GSM and Edge, which was the enhanced data rates for GSM evolution. So we took the data that we were getting from 3G and improved what we were able to do with 4G networks. In fact, the LTE standard supported download rates of 150 megabits and an improvement to LTE called LTE Advanced doubled that to 300 megabits. bits per second. Of course, we're already planning for the update to 4G, which will be our 5G networks, and a rollout of those will be in late 2018, 2019, and then worldwide we'll see rollouts in 2020. 5G technologies will be able to use much higher frequencies, and if you're using those frequencies, you could see some significant performance improvements. This will not only increase the number of frequencies available, but will have some significant improvement in the data throughput as well. This is a picture of a typical data center. It's a room with many different rows of racks, and inside each of these racks are many different computers performing many different functions. In this video, we'll look at the different devices that might be inside these racks and give you an idea of what network services you might expect to see. One of the most popular server types on the internet is the web server. This is a web server that responds to browser requests sent from the browsers on your computer. This is using a standard set of protocols that is HTML or HTML5. The web pages are stored on the server, so your browser on your computer will request those pages from the server, and those will be downloaded over the network to your browser. These can be either static pages that were created previously, or they might be dynamic pages that are created when the client is requesting them. Most organizations need a central server that they can use to store documents or videos or any other files that are in use by their users. These file servers will use a standard form of file management. In Windows, that's usually SMB or server message block. If you have Mac OS, then you're probably using Apple Filing Protocol. Of course, your users don't know anything about SMB or AFP. They simply use the file manager available in their operating system, and the protocols between their computer and the file server handle all of these transactions. If there are printers on your network, then you probably have print servers that act as a middleman between you and that printing device. This might be software that's running inside of a computer, and then the computer is then connected to the printer. It might be a print server like this one that plugs into the printer itself, and there is a server that runs here that acts as the middleman between you and that printer. There are a number of different printing protocols that you might see. If you're using Windows, then you're using SMB or the server message block, but you could also be printing using the Internet Printing Protocol or IPP or the line printer daemon, which is LPD. If you turned on your computer and you were able to get access to the network without any additional configurations, then you're probably using DHCP or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is a protocol that will automatically configure the IP addressing for your device. This is a very common service. Almost every small office or home office router has a DHCP server inside of it. And if you're in an enterprise, you probably have multiple DHCP servers that handle the DHCP configurations for all of your enterprise devices. If you visited my website, you probably didn't type in the IP address of my website into your browser. Instead, you typed in www.professormesser.com. But something needed to translate between the name of my site and the IP address that could then be used to communicate across the internet. That conversion process occurs on a DNS server, a domain name system server. Convert MSRS then will automatically, or the dynamic host configuration protocol. This is a protocol that will automatically configure the IP addressing for your device. This is a very common service. Almost every small office or home office router has a DHCP server inside of it. And if you're in an enterprise, you probably have multiple DHCP servers that handle the DHCP configurations for all of your enterprise devices. If you visited my website, you probably didn't type in the IP address of my website into your browser. Instead, you typed in www.professormesser.com. But something needed to translate between the name of my site and the IP address that could then be used to communicate across the internet. That conversion process occurs on a DNS server, a domain name system server. DNS is a very distributed system. There are thousands and thousands of DNS servers on the internet. These are obviously very critical resources. If you're using DNS at home, you're probably making use of a DNS server at your internet service provider. If you're an organization that has your own internal services, then you probably have your own DNS servers that you run in your data center. Some organizations use a proxy server for all of their internet communication. As the name implies, the proxy server is an intermediate server that sits between you and some other third-party resource. For a proxy server to operate, you would bring up a browser on your computer as you normally do, and you would try to access a server that's on the internet. Instead of you accessing that server directly, you're really sending the request to the proxy server. The proxy server then makes the actual request to that resource and receives the response from that resource. The proxy server then examines the information that it's received, and if everything looks okay, it sends that information down to your workstation. Since this proxy sits in the middle of the communication, it's a perfect place to perform some security functions. For example, it's very common to do access control, malware scanning, and content filtering on the proxy server. We're used to reading through our email messages on our mobile devices and our computers, and the device that allows us to do that is the mail server. This is where we would store any incoming mail and be able to send any outgoing mail. The mail server is usually managed by your internet service provider or your mail provider, or you might have your own mail servers inside of your organization. Email continues to be a very critical resource. We rely on our email 24/7 to provide connectivity, and you'll find that most organizations have very stringent requirements for uptime relating to their mail servers. If you've ever logged into your corporate network or connected to your VPN, then you had to put in a username, a password, and perhaps other authentication credentials. The device that checks these credentials is an authentication server. It's a centralized repository of all of the authentication credentials for your organization. We don't usually see an authentication server on a home network, and that's usually because it's a small group of people and you can manage your usernames and passwords individually. But in the enterprise, you need a centralized place where you can enable or disable accounts or make global changes to configurations for individual users. These are almost always a redundant service. You don't want to lose your authentication capabilities or no one would be able to gain access to the network. Instead, the authentication is usually spread across multiple servers, so if one server happens to go down, your system can still authenticate your users. If you're an organization that has any number of these different services, then you probably need a SIEM. A SIEM is a security information and event management device. It allows you to consolidate logs from all of these different services into one single database. This is commonly used by the security team to look for real-time alerts and be able to look at trends over time. But it's also consolidating logs from many different devices, your routers, your switches, your file servers, your DHCP servers, and more. And you can usually perform some advanced reporting with all of this data that you've stored. You're able to link very diverse data types and create reports over a very long period of time. Since you're storing information from so many different devices, it makes a perfect place for forensic analysis. If there's a security event or something that you need to find out more information on, you can drill down into the details and find out across all of these different services exactly what happened. There's a standard process for transferring these types of log files to a SIEM, and this standard is called syslog. This means that no matter what type of device it happens to be, as long as it can communicate its logs back through syslog, you can consolidate everything into this central database. This means also that you're going to need to store all of this data over a very long period of time, so you're probably going to need a lot of storage space. Some syslog consolidation tools and SIMs will use worm drive technology that stands for write once, read many. And so you're able to write once onto optical drives, and no one is able to change that information once it's been written. Network administrators need some way to watch for intrusions onto their network, and they do this by using either an IDS or an IPS, that's an intrusion detection system, or an intrusion prevention system. These intrusions could be someone trying to take advantage of an operating system vulnerability. They might be looking to perform a buffer overflow, or they may be attacking a database with a database injection. The IDS or IPS is looking for these types of attacks, and if any of those attacks are seen going across the network, you're able to react to those particular events. The type of reaction that's available is going to be based on the type of technology you're using. If you're using an intrusion detection system, then you're able to see that that particular exploit was attempted. And at that point, you can alarm or alert that that particular situation occurred. If you're using an intrusion prevention system, you have the additional capability of blocking that particular event from occurring on the network. So if somebody did attempt a database injection, you could stop that communication on the network before it ever reached the database server. These days, you might see many of these different components collapsed into a single device. This would be an all-in-one security appliance. You might also hear this referred to as a next-generation firewall or a unified threat management device or UTM device. This could also be called a web security gateway. And this device might be your URL filter. It might provide some type of content inspection from your users. It could look for malware going across your network, and it could stop spam from coming into your network. This might also be network connectivity. So it may have a wide area network CSU, DSU associated with it. And of course, it may have routing and switching technology as well. This could act as your firewall. It may include an IPS as part of its technology, and it might even be able to do bandwidth shaping and quality of service all from one single device. If you're managing a large group of devices on your network, then you know performing one single update to the operating system can be a very arduous task. You'd have to go to every single desktop, run that installation process, reboot the system, and make sure that it was working. With an endpoint management server, you can do all of this from what we call one pane of glass, one console that allows you to do this on all of your workstations. So you could sit in one chair and perform software installations, driver installations, update the software that's on these systems, perform security patches, and do remote troubleshooting. Most endpoint management services require that you install an agent initially on everyone's workstation, but once that installation is done, you're able to manage everyone from this central console. It's not uncommon for many companies to have a number of legacy systems that are still running on their network. These may be systems that have been running for years in their network, but they also may be running a very important set of services. So it's important that we're able to maintain and keep these systems running. Although we talk about learning the latest and greatest operating systems and applications, it can be just as important to learn about these older systems as well. And as a technologist, you may be asked to maintain embedded systems as well. These are systems that are not the normal operating systems you might work with, but they have a connectivity to the network and they are an electronic system. These embedded systems might be the time card clocks, or they might be the security systems for your company. And so you may be responsible for maintaining all of these embedded operating systems as well. If you're setting up a workstation to connect to the network, it's going to need a configuration that includes IP version 4. This is the most popular networking protocol in use today, so it's important that you know all of the different configuration options for IPv4. There's also a newer IP protocol appearing, IP version 6 or IPv6. This protocol is included with many modern operating systems, so it's also important you know how to configure IPv6 as well. Here's an IPv4 address. It's 192.168.1.131. And IPv4 will always follow the same format of 4 separate numbers separated with a period between each one of them. As you can see in this binary representation, this is 32 bits long, or 4 different bytes long, and each byte separated with that period. Since you have 8 bits to work with, the number that can appear in each one of these sections of an IPv4 address is a number ranging between 0 and 255. Because each one of these octets in an IPv4 address are 8 bits long, the values that you would see in each one of these sections is a number between 0 and 255. IP version 6 addresses are much bigger than the 32-bit addresses from IP version 4. IP version 6 are 128-bit addresses, which means we can have a very large number of available addresses with IPv6. This means of the 6.8 billion people on Earth, we could begin assigning IPv6 addresses, and each person could have this many IPv6 addresses for each individual. IPv6 addresses look very different than IP version 4. You can see that they are separated into 8 different sections, and each one of those is a 16-bit or 2-byte section. Instead of using periods or dots to separate the addresses as we do with IP version 4, in IP version 6 we use a colon, and the IP version 6 address is represented in hexadecimal rather than in decimal. So you can see FE80 0000 0000 5D18 0652 CFFD 8F52. And that is one entire IPv6 address. Fortunately, there are ways to abbreviate these IP version 6 addresses. If they're leading zeros, such as 0652, you can simply state that as 652 as an abbreviation. If there are consecutive sections of this address that have zeros, we can remove all of those zeros and replace them with a double colon. This means it will become more difficult to memorize an IPv6 address, so we'll need to rely on our DNS servers so that we can refer to these devices by name rather than IP address. If we look at most IPv6 configurations, the first half or the first 64 bits of the address are generally referred to as the network prefix, and then the last 64 bits of the address are the node or the network address of the device. If you're troubleshooting IP version 4 or you're making configuration changes to IPv4 on someone's workstation, there are a number of settings you'll need to check. The first is the IP address. Every device needs a unique IP address. You don't want to have duplicate IP addresses on the network, and usually if you do assign a duplicate IP address, the operating system will warn you that another device on your subnet shares that same IP address. The second piece of information you'll need to configure is the subnet mask. An example subnet mask is one like 255.255.255.0. This is a value that's used by the local device to determine what IP subnet it happens to be on. The subnet mask is usually something you configure on the local workstation. It's not a value that's generally transmitted across the network. And if you're someone who's configuring an IP address on a device, it's very common to ask at the same time for both the IP address and the subnet mask for a workstation. The third piece of information you'll need to configure is a default gateway. This is the IP address of a router that's on your local subnet. If you don't configure a default gateway, your workstation won't be able to communicate outside of its local network, and it certainly won't be able to communicate to the internet. Another piece of information that's almost mandatory to configure on someone's workstation is a domain name server IP address. When we type the name of a website in our browser, we don't use IP addresses. We use the name of that site. We type in professormesser.com or google.com, and we have no idea what the IP address of that device might be. But of course, your routers and all of the routers in between you and that web server need to know the IP address of those devices. That means there needs to be a translation between the name of the device and the IP address of the device. And to make that translation, we use a DNS server or domain name system server. If you look at the DNS configuration for your operating system, there's usually at least 2 slots available to put DNS IP addresses, and very often there's even more than that. For example, on my device, I have 2 IPv4 DNS servers listed, 8.8.8.8, which is the DNS server at Google. Google also has a second DNS server available at 8.8.4.4. And you can see I have IPv6 addresses available for IPv6 DNS resolution. We list multiple DNS servers in our configuration in case one of those servers becomes unavailable or we're not able to communicate to that device. That way we have at least a backup system that we can use to continue to perform this name resolution. In the early days of IP, you had to manually configure everything. You would add an IP address, a subnet mask, a gateway address, the DNS servers, NTP servers, and anything else that needed configuring for your TCP/IP to work properly. All of this changed in October of 1993, and the Bootstrap protocol was introduced. We often refer to this as BootP, but BootP didn't work for everything that we needed to have configured automatically. For example, when we added voice over IP phones to our network, there was no way for BootP to add voice over IP gateway information. BootP also had no way to know when an IP address was suddenly available again. So we updated BootP into a new protocol called Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP. And if we are getting automatic IP addresses on our devices these days, then you're probably using DHCP to accomplish that. Let's step through the process that DHCP uses to obtain an IP address. I have a simple IP subnet listed, and on this IP subnet is a switch. And on this switch, we've connected a client workstation, a DHCP server, and a router. The DHCP process works on a local subnet, but on our network, we have a DHCP server on our local subnet and a DHCP server that is not on our local subnet. To be able to use this DHCP server that's on a different IP subnet than ours, we need to configure our local router to have a DHCP relay address configured. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as an IP helper address. This tells this router that if it ever sees any requests for DHCP, to also send them to this DHCP server that's outside of our local subnet. This means we're now ready for any problems that might occur. If our local DHCP server has a power supply that goes bad and is suddenly unavailable, we can still use this DHCP server that's located elsewhere because we've configured a DHCP relay. When we first turn on our client workstation, it does not have an IP address, so it's going to send a broadcast out to UDP port 67 over the network. This broadcast will make its way to every device on our local subnet, and it will eventually end up at the DHCP servers that have been configured on our network. Those DHCP servers will examine the request, and if they have an IP address that's available, they will make an offer to this client workstation using a broadcast to UDP port 68. Those broadcasts from both DHCP servers will be seen by the original client workstation. When multiple offers are made to a device, the device usually chooses the first offer that was received. Now that it knows that an IP address is available, our client workstation can send a broadcast over UDP port 67 to request that IP address. Once the DHCP server receives the address, it can send a formal acknowledgement to that address to the client workstation over UDP port 68. And at this point, the client workstation can configure itself with that IP address. On each of those DHCP servers, there was a pool of addresses configured. So anytime a request was made for an IP address, any random set of IP addresses that was available could be sent down to that client. This means that your IP address could occasionally change. The IP address you have this week might be different than the IP address you have next week. However, a system administrator may prefer that a device always has the same IP address. For example, they may want a server or a printer to always have the same IP address every day. One way to accomplish this would be to disable DHCP completely on that device. This means you have to manually configure all of the IP address settings. So you as the administrator would have to manually type in the IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, DNS settings, and anything else relating to IP. If any of these values need to be changed later, you would have to revisit this device and manually reconfigure all of those settings. A much more flexible way to accomplish this will be to create an IP reservation on the DHCP server where you can associate the MAC address of this device to a specific IP address. That way, if you need to make changes, you can go to your DHCP server and those changes will be propagated to all of these devices. If you turn on your computer and you don't receive a response from a DHCP server, you might still be able to communicate with other devices on your network. You're able to do this thanks to automatic private IP addressing, or APIPA. This is what we call a link local address. It's an automatic address that's assigned to your workstation that allows you to communicate on your own IP subnet, but you're not able to communicate outside of your local subnet. There are a range of IPv4 addresses assigned just for APIPA. This range is 169.254.0.1 through 169.254.255.254. The first and last 256 addresses are reserved, which means if you look at the available IP addresses for a workstation, they'll fall in the range from 169.254.1.0 through 169.254.254.255. This means if you turn on a device and you find you're not able to communicate to the internet, and when you look at the IP addresses, they fall in this particular range, you know you've been assigned an APIPA address. This process of assigning an APIPA address is done automatically by the operating system, and before it puts that address onto your workstation, it sends an address resolution protocol, or ARP frame, out to the network to make sure that nobody else is using the IP address that it wants to assign to your workstation. Here's an example of the IP config information in Windows for a device that has been assigned an automatic IP address. You can even see that it says auto configuration IPv4 address, and this address is 169.254.228.109, which certainly fits into that range of APIPA addresses. This idea of having a link local address is also available in IP version 6. And in IP version 6, it's a functionality that's automatically assigned to every IPv6 enabled interface. So you may find that your local IPv6 address not only has a link local address, but it also has an IPv6 address that allows it to communicate outside of your local subnet. The range for these link local addresses in IPv6 begins with FE80 and then all zeros, with only one subnet allocated, which means effectively this is an IP address that is FE80 with the rest zeros in the first 64 bits, and then the last 64 bits are assigned as the node address. These last 64 bits that are assigned to the device are not always a random value. Often they are converted from the MAC address of the device so that there is some uniqueness to the link local address in IP version 6. Now that you've assigned IP addresses to your devices, there's many ways that you could take advantage of this. And in this video, we'll look at many ways to use these IP addresses. One common type of virtual private network, or VPN, is one that uses SSL, or Secure Sockets Layer. These SSL VPNs use a very common protocol, which is TCP 443. This is the same protocol that we use to communicate securely to web servers inside of our browser. This means we can avoid a lot of problems with firewalls by using this very common and well-used protocol. SSL VPNs are commonly used for end-user communication so that you can have a secure tunnel between your device and your corporate network. An SSL VPN can also be relatively easy to install. You would simply assign authentication credentials to a user, so they would use the same username and password they always use to gain access to this SSL VPN. You don't necessarily need to roll out digital certificates to everybody's workstation or configure shared passphrases like you do with IPsec. Many SSL VPN clients can run inside of a browser, or they might already be built into your operating system. You simply provide the username and password and the IP address that you want to connect to, and you've got an SSL VPN tunnel. You often hear these SSL VPNs referred to as client-to-site VPNs or remote access VPNs because you can be anywhere remotely out in the world and be able to communicate securely back to your corporate network. If you have your laptop at a hotel or a coffee shop and you want to communicate back to corporate, you simply start the SSL VPN software on your laptop and it creates this encrypted tunnel back to your VPN concentrator at your corporate facility. This means if anyone was to capture any of this traffic between your workstation and this VPN concentrator, all they would see is encrypted communication. Your VPN concentrator is responsible for then decrypting that information and sending it into the corporate network. When this information is sent back to your remote laptop, it is encrypted by the VPN concentrator and sent over that encrypted tunnel and then decrypted by your laptop. This means that no matter where you are in the world, you know you can start your SSL VPN software and have this encrypted secure tunnel back to your corporate network. A LAN is a local area network. We define this as a group of devices that happen to share the same broadcast domain. For example, we have two switches on our network, the switch on the left, and all of the devices connected to that switch are one broadcast domain. And we have a switch on the right, there's devices connected to that switch. Those devices are on a different broadcast domain. We often maintain this separation between different local area networks for security reasons and to maintain the efficiency of the network. But this also means that we would have to have a separate switch every time we wanted to have a separate broadcast domain. To simplify this, we create a virtual local area network, or a VLAN, which means that we can have a single switch, but inside the switch, we are logically separating these different networks into two pieces. We still have the red network on the left, and all of the devices on the red network can only see the other devices on the red network. And then we have the blue broadcast domain network on the right side. And again, only the blue devices can communicate back and forth to other blue devices. This greatly simplifies the administration and the cost of having multiple switches on our network. Instead, we can configure a single switch to act and operate as if it's multiple switches. For example, here's a single switch where three separate VLANs have been configured. We have the red VLAN, which is VLAN 1, that's for the gate room. We have VLAN 2, that's the blue one that has the dialing room. And then the green VLAN is VLAN 3 for the infirmary. So all of the devices that are connected to the red ports can communicate to each other on VLAN 1. The devices on the blue network can communicate to each other, and the devices on the green network can communicate to each other. And none of the devices on these separate networks are able to communicate across that VLAN separation. That allows you to maintain the security and the efficiency of the network while minimizing the number of switches that you need to have running at any particular time. It's estimated that there are over 20 billion devices connected to the internet, but we know that IP version 4 can only support just over 4 billion addresses. This also means that the entire address space for IPv4 has been easily exhausted at this point. But we still have a requirement to connect these 20 billion devices that are on the internet. The way we do that is by using network address translation, or NAT. This is just one of the ways that we could take advantage of using NAT, but it's one of the most common ways so that you can have many devices on the inside of your network, all translating out to a single device on the public internet side. Network address translation literally changes or translates one IP address to another. For example, we have an internal network where Vala has her laptop. And she wants to communicate out on the public internet to my website, professormesser.com. When she sends traffic from her workstation, the source IP will be that of her laptop, which is 10.10.20.50, and she wants to communicate to my web server, which is 104.20.19.63. When she sends this information to her router's been configured to perform network address translation, and it changes the source IP from her internal address to the external address on the public internet, and then sends that information to my web server. When my web server wants to respond back, it simply reverses those IP addresses, has the source IP as my web server and the destination IP as the public IP address on the internet. When it's received by that router, the router translates it again back to Vala's internal IP address and sends that information down to her laptop. This network address translation happens for all of the devices on your internal network. So you could have hundreds or even thousands of devices on your internal network, all being translated to one single IP address on the internet. There are many different ways to connect your home and your business to the internet, and in this video, we'll look at a number of these internet connection types. A very common internet connection type in the home is a cable modem. We sometimes refer to this as broadband communication because we are sending information over many different frequencies on the same wire. This also can be different traffic types on these different frequencies, so it's not uncommon to have video, voice, and your data coming across this single cable modem connection. You may sometimes hear this cable modem connection referred to as DOCSIS, which is Data over Cable Service Interface Specification. This is the standard that is used on cable networks to send data across to these cable modems. This is what we consider high-speed networking. These cable networks can go very high speeds. Very commonly, you'll find 4 to 250 megabits per second, but you can get up to gigabit speeds running on these cable modem connections. The cable company isn't the only one providing internet connectivity. Very commonly, your local telephone company is providing connectivity through DSL connections. This is technically ADSL for asymmetric digital subscriber line. This uses your existing telephone lines, which makes it very easy to simply add a modem into your home and you're connected to the internet. One of the challenges you have with DSL is that you have to be somewhat close to a central office or a CO. The download speed that you're going to have will be directly proportional to how far away you are from that central office. And the limitation is somewhere around 10,000 feet, which is not an incredibly long distance when you consider how dispersed our different homes are away from these central offices. You'll generally get 52 megabits per second down and 16 megabits per second upstream, but these numbers can vary widely depending on how far away you are from the CO. As you begin to move farther away from the CO, you'll start to see these speeds get slower and slower. Another type of internet connectivity we don't see much any longer are dial-up connections. These are using our existing analog voice telephone lines and sending data communication over that connection. You'll commonly see 56 kilobits per second modems. This is significantly slower than a DSL connection or a cable modem connection, although you can compress the data a bit to get speeds up to 320 kilobits per second. Obviously, when you compare this relative to cable modem or DSL, these speeds are relatively slow, which makes using a dial-up connection difficult to scale, especially if you need to connect many different people to the internet. Although you no longer tend to find a dial-up connection at home, it's very common to use them in large enterprise environments. If you lose the connection to a remote site over a cable connection or a DSL, you might be using these traditional analog dial-up modems to provide some connectivity back to those sites. We've been using fiber in the enterprise for many years to provide internet connectivity, and we're starting to see more fiber rolled out to the home. This provides very high-speed networking and allows us to send many different services over that single fiber. So voice connectivity, our video connections, and our data can all be running over a single fiber to our house. This increase in available bandwidth also brings a number of new services. You have a lot more HD channel connectivity than you might have with a copper connected service. And this also allows you to send and transfer a lot of different types of data out to the cloud. You might also see enhanced capabilities with DVR and video capabilities using this additional bandwidth. Our internet connectivity doesn't have to be limited to connectivity on Earth. We can sometimes connect to the internet using satellites that are in space. This satellite networking allows us to communicate directly to a satellite, which then sends that data to a station down on Earth and then reverses that to get the data back to us. This has, as you might expect, a relatively high cost compared to traditional terrestrial networking such as cable modem or DSL connectivity. But your speeds are pretty good. You get around 50 megabits per second down, 3 megabits per second upstream are common to find with satellite networking, but this does allow you to connect to sites that may not have the ability to connect to a cable modem or DSL connection, and you're able to be in a remote site or somewhere far away from a central office and still have relatively high-speed internet connectivity. There are a number of challenges with satellite networking. One of these is that you have a relatively high latency. It does take time to get that data up to a satellite and then back down to Earth. So if you have an application that requires a very low amount of latency, this may not be the type of connectivity you'd like. Those of you that have satellite connections for your television at home know that the other problem with this type of connectivity is when it rains. If you have a very heavy thunderstorm, that rain coming down can block this 2 gigahertz signal from going from your dish out to that satellite connection. So while this storm is going on outside, you won't have any type of internet connectivity. An older style of internet connectivity, which still has some limited functionality in today's markets, is ISDN. This stands for Integrated Services Digital Network. There are 2 different types of ISDN you might find. One is what we call an ISDN Basic Rate Interface, or BRI. You'll sometimes hear this referred to as a 2B plus D. This is referring to the 2 bearer channels, which are actually sending data over these ISDN connections, and the single signaling channel, or D channel. These 2 bearer channels are 64 kilobits. So we're not talking about high-speed connectivity that you might have with cable modem or DSL, but this is certainly better than using a dial-up connection. The signaling channel, or D channel, which is a 16 kilobit per second channel when you're working with BRI, is managing all of the communication over this connection. So it sets up the connection, it tears down the connection, and sends any management information while the call is going on. A larger scale ISDN is the primary rate interface ISDN, or a PRI. This is usually delivered over a T1 or E1 connection, depending on what country you're in. And a T1 connection supports 23 bearer channels and a signaling channel, and E1 supports 30 bearer channels, a signaling channel, and a separate alarm channel. Although you could certainly use these very large bearer channels to send internet connectivity over a PRI, it's also common to see PRI used as voice channels that are coming from your public switched telephone network, that's your local telephone company, and connecting to a private branch exchange or a local phone system inside of your company. If you're not converting over to voice over IP, you may be using some of these legacy ISDN connections to provide all of your voice communication. Modern cellular networks allow us to have internet connectivity from practically anywhere. We now have a mobile phone that allows us to have both voice and data access simultaneously. These cellular networks have many different antennas set up in a geographical area where the land has separated into cells. That's where the idea of a cellular network comes from. And our mobile devices use these antennas to be able to communicate back and forth to the internet. Not only do our mobile phones have internet connectivity, but we can connect a wire from a laptop to our mobile phone and provide the laptop with the internet connectivity as well. That's called tethering. And if you're connecting many devices to your mobile phone over 802.11 wireless connectivity, you're effectively turning your phone into a mobile hotspot. This way, anyone in your local area is able to use your internet connectivity on your phone to provide internet access for all of your devices. In your metropolitan area, you may have the option of a line-of-sight internet service. This is a wireless internet service that's able to provide access over a very wide geographical area. This is a line-of-sight communication, so there's usually antennas placed very high that are able to communicate to many different homes simultaneously in one geographical area. There are also options for non-line-of-sight. This would usually be slower speeds using lower frequencies, and a very common type of line-of-sight service is WiMAX. This is the worldwide interoperability for microwave access. This provides wireless high-speed internet connectivity by simply putting an antenna outside of your house and accessing those WiMAX antennas in your area. Is your network connecting to devices that are in the same room as you, or are they connecting across the country or across the world? In this video, we'll look at the many different network types. If you're connecting devices together in your immediate geography, then you're probably using a local area network or a LAN. A LAN is usually connecting devices in the same room or perhaps on the same campus. There may be a number of different buildings that are close by, and you're able to connect them over higher speed Ethernet connectivity. This gigabit and even 802.11 wireless connectivity could be considered a local area network. Once you go to slower speeds than this, you're probably not connecting to anywhere that's in your local area. For example, if you're connecting to another city or another country, then you're probably using a wide area network or a WAN. This is connecting one local area network at one location to another local area network that is somewhere very far away, geographically speaking. There are many different ways to connect over a wide area network. You could be using point-to-point serial connections or MPLS connections. It's common to have those types of connections be a fiber or a copper that's in the ground and going from your location in the ground to another location somewhere else. This could, of course, be using non-terrestrial communication. It's common to have wide area connections using satellites where you send all of your data to a satellite and it communicates back down to a ground station and then reverses that process to get back to you. If you're using a network that is in your immediate area, then it's probably a PAN or a personal area network. If you're using Bluetooth or infrared connectivity, or you're paying for something with your mobile phone using a near field communication or NFC connection, you can consider all of those personal area networks. For example, if you get into your car and connect your phone to your car over a Bluetooth connection, that is certainly a very popular personal area network. We often have these wireless headsets that we put in our ear. That's also using Bluetooth, so that would be considered a personal area network. And if you're working out on a treadmill or an elliptical and sending that telemetry back to your mobile device, that's also using a personal area network. We mentioned earlier that you can have a local area network that is in your campus. You can also have a wide area network where you're communicating to another city or another country. But there's also a middle point where you're communicating within the same metropolitan area. We call these MANs or metropolitan area networks. These are usually managed by one central network provider that's in your area, which makes it very easy for them to connect up one remote site to another remote site that may be on the other side of the city. There used to be many different ways to set up connectivity over a metropolitan area network, but these days your local network provider is going to hand off an Ethernet connection and you're simply going to plug into an Ethernet port on your local equipment. It's also common to see metropolitan area networks run by a local government. Since these local governments already own the right-of-way, it becomes relatively easy for them to put conduit in the ground and put fiber between different locations within a single metropolitan area. One relatively new type of networking, especially networking in our home, is a WMN, or a wireless mesh network. These are usually associated with the Internet of Things. You can think of having all of these different devices inside of your home, being able to create an entire cloud of devices communicating and hopping between each other to complete the entire network. There can be many different devices all able to self-form together to create these wireless mesh networks. So you may have installed the latest garage door opener, front door lock, and lights in your home, and all of these wireless devices can now form a wireless mesh network. Because all of these devices are communicating to multiple devices in your network, they're also able to self-heal. So if one of your devices happens to go offline, there's still many other ways that it can use to communicate to all the other devices in your network. You'll find a few different types of WMN networks in your home. There's certainly 802.11, which has many new technologies coming out for mesh networking. There's also Zigbee and Z-Wave networking technologies. So depending on the type of Internet of Things devices you're using, you may be using one or more of these devices to provide this mesh network. As a network administrator, you'll be asked to troubleshoot a number of different network issues, so you need to be sure you have the right network tools in your tool bag. If you're building your own cables, then you'll need a cable crimper. This is the device that pinches the modular connector onto the end of the cable. This cable crimper, for instance, has two different connectors on the end, one that is a 6 position, which is for RJ11, and one is an 8 position, which is used for crimping RJ45. This is usually the last step of the process. You've run a cable from someone's desk, you've run it up the ceiling, it's gone all the way down into a network closet, and now you need to put a connector on the end of that cable. You'll put the modular Ethernet connector on and use the crimper to fasten it to that connection. The crimper's job is to take the copper that's inside of that modular connector and push it through the insulation of that wire so that you have copper-to-copper connectivity going from the wire itself into the connector and ultimately into your network device. Let's look at a modular connector that has not been crimped onto a wire. Before you use the crimper, you'll notice the copper connections are sticking out just a little bit. When you finally perform the crimp, it will push down all of those copper connections. And you'll notice they have these pointy tines at the end of the connectors. Those are the connections that are going through the insulation of the wire and making contact with the copper that's inside of those wires. Once you make the crimp, you'll notice that the copper connectors are now down inside of the connector itself. And notice that those pointy connections at the end have now been pushed into the wire itself to make that copper connection. You'll also notice that the crimper pushes in a piece of plastic at the bottom that holds the cable in place. That way, once you've made this good crimp, there's no way for that wire to accidentally pull out of the connector. If you're going to be troubleshooting or working with these copper connections, you're going to want a good pair of crimpers. You might also want a good pair of cable snips. These are also called electrician's scissors. And optionally, you might also want a good wire stripper, especially if you're working with different kinds of wiring and need a quick way to strip away coax or other types of wired connections. You also want to be sure that the modular connectors that you're using match the type of cable you're connecting to. Category 6A cabling will require connectors that are designed for Category 6A. So make sure that the crimper and the connectors you're using all match the wiring that you're running on your network. Performing the actual crimping process is a bit outside the scope of the Network Plus exam, but if you do start building out your own cables, it may seem a bit difficult at first to work with these very small wires, get them in the right order and into the modular connector. But after some practice and a number of times of crimping down the wires in the wrong order, you start to get the hang of it, and it becomes a lot more easy to troubleshoot and to replace these copper connectors on these modular Ethernet runs. Another incredibly useful tool to have in your toolbox is a multimeter. This can provide voltage and continuity settings. For example, you can plug into a power source that's providing AC power and measure exactly how many volts of AC power is coming from that connection. It's a good way to check to see if a particular power source is either working or not working, or maybe providing a different amount of voltage than what you were expecting. The multi in multimeter means that it does more than one thing. You've got a number of different voltages and settings that you can check for. And of course, you can check for DC voltage as well. So if you'd like to check the voltage coming from a laptop power supply or PC power supply, or you'd like to see how many volts are available in a battery, the multimeter is a great tool to use. These multimeters are also great for performing continuity tests. So you can check a fuse to see if the fuse is still working. Or you can check pins on both sides of a wire to see what pins on one side are connecting to which pins on the other side. This allows you to build a wire map to determine the type of wiring you might be working with. If you have more than a couple of wires in your environment, then you'll want to invest in a tone generator. This allows you to follow or track where a wire is going from one end to the other by simply following a tone. This is usually two different components. One is the tone generator itself. You plug this into the wire and it places an analog sound onto that wire. The other piece of this tone generator is the probe. This is an inductive probe, which means it doesn't have to physically touch the copper to be able to listen in to that audio that's being placed by the tone generator. You just need to get close. And then there's a small speaker that is on the inductive probe that allows you to listen in to see if you can hear that tone coming through a cable. This means you could have a bundle of hundreds of cables and still be able to trace exactly what cable you're looking for in that bundle. You simply connect the tone generator to the wire. This tone generator can connect to many different types of connections. It could be coax or RJ11 or RJ45, and then you use your inductive probe to find the sound that's coming through the wire. Here's 4 Ethernet cables that are on my network, and I put a tone generator on the other end of one of these cables, but I don't know which one of these it happens to be. This, of course, could be a bundle of 100 cables, but the process is exactly the same. I take my inductive probe, which has a button on the front that I hold, and I simply touch the inductive probe to the different cables. You'll notice you don't hear anything, you don't see anything, but when you finally get to the cable that does have the tone generator on the other end, you'll hear the sound, you'll see the light flashing, and you know that this must be the cable that has that tone generator on the other side. Now that we know where the two ends of this wire happen to be, we may want to connect a cable tester to those two ends of the wire and perform some simple continuity tests. A cable tester is going to be able to tell us if all of the pins are connecting from pin 1 to pin 1 on the other side, pin 2 to pin 2, and so on. If there are any missing pins or crossed wires, it may identify those as well. The cable tester tells us if we've wired things properly, but it doesn't tell us the quality of the wiring. If we need to perform crosstalk analysis or frequency tests, then we may want to use a time domain reflectometer, which is of course a much more advanced function than something like a cable tester. Your toolbox may also include a number of loopback plugs. These are used to send traffic going out of a particular interface, loop them around, and send them back into that same interface. It's also good for fooling different applications that are expecting to have an Ethernet connection available, even if you aren't directly connected to a live Ethernet network. The type of loopback plug that you'll use will depend on the type of interface that you're connecting to. For example, you can have serial or RS-232 loopback plugs, some that are 9-pin and some that are 25-pin. There's separate loopback plugs that you would use for Ethernet, T1, or even fiber connections. But the important thing to remember is that these are looping back traffic from one interface back into the same interface. These are not crossover cables, which allow us to connect different devices to each other. In many environments, there may be a wall of punch-down blocks. This is the intermediate section between a user's workstation and the networking equipment that might be in a closet. We would take all of the cables from the users and punch them down into these punch-down blocks. But to be able to do that, we need the right punch-down tool. This might be punching down into a 66 block or a 110 block, and there are different connectors for the punch-down tool depending on the type of punch-down block that you're using. This can be a bit tedious because we're taking every single one of those connections, we're splitting out those 8 wires, we're putting them into the 8 different slots in that punch down block, and then we're using the punch down tool to individually punch down those wires. It does help, though, that as you are pushing that wire into the punch down block, the punch down tool is also trimming the wire and making a neat connection in the block itself. So you can see here the punch down tool has pushed all of these wires into the block. You can see the connectors inside of the block have pierced the plastic insulation on the outside and making the copper connection metal to metal between the punch down block and the wire itself. And you can see at the end of these that all of these ends have been nicely trimmed as it was punched down into the block. If you've ever seen these large walls of punch down blocks, you know that there's a lot to keep organized, and that's why it's important to always document exactly what wires are plugging into what connections. Your punch-down blocks may even have numbers associated with these, and you're able to document exactly what wires are plugging into what connections. Another important consideration is that you maintain the twists. The person that performed these punchdowns did a very good job of keeping the twists as close as possible to the punchdown block itself. You don't want to have a large amount of wire that has been removed from the sheath and then spread out and then finally put into the punchdown block, especially when you're running higher speeds of Ethernet. You want to make sure to maintain those twists as close as possible to the block. With all of these connections, you'll often find some documentation on paper that is written and posted right next to the punchdown blocks, or sometimes there may be tags or information you can put on the wires themselves. Sometimes the wall itself will have writing from the person that performed the punchdown, so you may need to look closely behind the wires to see exactly what was written during the punchdown process. We've talked a lot about copper tools that we need in our toolbox, but we also need tools that allow us to see the wireless networks as well. A Wi-Fi analyzer is going to be able to see all of the different communication over your Wi-Fi network and give you feedback on signal strengths and exactly what frequencies may be in use on your network. This might be a purpose-built appliance or device that you carry around with you that is specifically designed to provide Wi-Fi analysis, or it may be additional software that you load onto an existing mobile device that gives you this capability. Either way, you'll be able to see all of the frequencies that are in use in your area. You'll see if there's any errors or interference and be able to manage exactly how you can configure your wireless network to perform optimally. Your cabling is the foundation of everything that happens with your network. If the cabling is installed properly, then the network is going to operate at complete and full efficiency. If your cabling is not installed correctly, then nothing is going to work well. That's why you really only get one opportunity to install your cable infrastructure correctly. You want to do this right from the very beginning, or you're going to run into problems very quickly with your network. Even your wireless networks are going to rely on these cables, so you want to make sure your network is installed properly from the very beginning. Most of our Ethernet networking operates using twisted pair wiring. This twisted pair copper cabling uses something called balanced pair operation. That means there are two wires that interact with each other. They're both sending the same information. One is a positive value and one is a negative value. So you'll see that as we're communicating through the network, we're twisting these wires also amongst each other. Because these wires are twisted, there will be a wire always moving away from any potential interference. And when this information gets to the other end of the wire, those opposite signals can be compared to each other to reconstruct anything that may have been corrupted by this interference. One of the interesting characteristics of this twisted pair cable is that the different pairs of cabling are twisted at different rates. This becomes really obvious when you get up to higher level categories such as category 6. These different twist rates will also help in making sure that traffic is able to get through the network even when there's interference. Cabling is very standardized, and these standards for cabling come from many different organizations. One of these organizations is the Electronic Industries Alliance, or the EIA. This is an alliance of trade organizations, and they create standards for the entire industry. You'll see their standards usually start with an RS, which stands for Recommended Standard, or it has an EIA at the beginning for the Electronic Industries Alliance. You can find all of their information at www.eia.org. Another organization setting standards for our cabling is the Telecommunications Industry Association, or TIA. In fact, the ANSI TIA EIA 568 standard is the Commercial Building Telecommunications Cabling Standard, and that is the standard that we always use whenever we're putting in a cabling infrastructure in our buildings. There is also a worldwide set of cabling standards. This is the International ISO IEC 11801 cabling standards that define standards across any organization wherever they happen to be in the world. These organizations have created standards for copper cabling that they call cable categories. This means that we as the end user can simply ask for the type of cable category that we need for a particular purpose, rather than trying to find a cable that has a particular twist rate or a particular ohm value. For example, in our not-so-distant past, when we needed to run 10 base T Ethernet standard, we would want to run that over 100 meters, and the type of cabling that we would need to support that would be Category 3 cabling. When the speeds of our networks increase to 100 megabits and 1,000 megabits using the Ethernet standards of 100 base TX or 1,000 base T, we could run those to 100 meters using Category Category 5 cabling. There were some minor changes made to the Category 5 standard. This change is the Category 5E standard. The E stands for enhanced. It still allowed us to run 100 base TX and 1,000 base T Ethernet standards to 100 meters, but it was able to do that with some minor enhancements to the standard. When we jumped to 10 gigabit networking using the Ethernet standard 10G base T, we were able to network 37 to 55 meters of distance using Category 6 cables. And we were able to improve that distance to 100 meters using Category 6A. The A stands for augmented. If you were to look at a cross-section of a commercial building, the place where everybody's working is here in the bottom area underneath the drop ceiling. If you were to look above the drop ceiling of your office and you saw that there was ductwork providing air supply from the HVAC, and there was separate ductwork providing the air return to the HVAC, then you would say that there was no plenum in this office configuration. This plenum is the shared area above the drop ceiling where you would have return air, but we might also run our network cables in that plenum. There might even be water pipes that run in that plenum. This is obviously a concern from a fire perspective. If you do have a fire that gets into the plenum and you have network cabling there, that network cabling could provide fumes that might be dangerous for other people in the building. So your worst case planning would be to think about what happens during one of those situations, and you want to be sure to have the proper network cabling if it's going to be in a plenum. The jacket that's on the outside of a network cable is traditionally made of PVC. This is polyvinyl chloride, and if polyvinyl chloride catches on fire, then there could be fumes that might be toxic to human beings. So if you're running cable inside of a plenum, you want to use a plenum-rated cable. This is a fire-rated cable jacket that's made of either FEP, this is fluorinated ethylene polymer, or something that is a low-smoke polyvinyl chloride. This is a way that you're able to minimize the impact if there's a fire, but still have a proper type of cabling to use in that plenum area. This plenum-rated cable jacket that's on the outside of these cables may not be as flexible as your traditional PVC cable. So you do have to think about how you're going to run that cabling if you get into a tight area. But the important thing to consider is that you have the proper safety precautions in place. And if you're engineering or building out the cabling in your building, make sure you're using the right kind of cabling depending on where it's going inside of your plenum or outside of your plenum. If you stripped away the outer jacket of the Ethernet cable that you're using on your computer, it would probably be UTP, or unshielded twisted pair. There's no additional shielding in an untwisted pair cable. It's simply the outer PVC jacket and the cables inside. If you work in a manufacturing environment or an environment where there's a lot of electrical equipment or other equipment that might cause interference, you might want to use STP or shielded twisted pair. And you can see the shielded twisted pair, there is a foil shield that is around all of those wires. Some shielded twisted pair even has a shield around the individual pairs of wires themselves. You'll notice the shielded twisted pair also has a grounding wire. So that's another consideration if you're planning to install STP. It's difficult to know whether you're using UTP or STP if you simply look at the outside of the cable, but there's usually some printing on the outside that can help you make that determination. If you see an abbreviation of U, then it's an unshielded twisted pair cable. If you see S, it's a braided shielding, and if you see an F on the outside of the cable, it is a foil shield. So what you should expect to see is that there is a letter that identifies what the shielding is for the overall cable, and then a separate letter that identifies what the shielding is for the individual pairs. If your cable's like this one that has foil around the cable itself, but no shielding at all around the individual pairs, it will be labeled as F/UTP. Here, for example, is a Category 7 cable that's labeled with S/FTP. That S means that there is a shielded cable around all of the wires that are inside of this cable. And then the FTP specifies that each pair of wires will have a foil shield around each pair. You can see those combined together will be the S/FTP. Now that we've chosen the right category of cable, we've decided whether it's going in the plenum or outside of the plenum, and we've decided if it's going to be unshielded twisted pair or shielded twisted pair. Now we somehow have to match each one of those individual wires with the pins that happen to correlate to our Ethernet connection. That standard for pins is called T568A and T568B termination standards. These standards come from the EIA-TIA, and the standard that specifies the termination type is called 568B standard. Technically, this is the 8-conductor, 100-ohm balanced twisted pair cabling standard. The connector that's on the end of your Ethernet cable is an RJ45 connector. This is also called an 8-position, 8-conductor connector. And this EIA-TIA standard specifies 2 different ways that you could punch down the pinouts for any type of Ethernet connection. The standard specifies that you would run the pinouts associated with T568A if you're running cabling horizontally. That means on the same floor of a building. But many organizations have chosen to use 568B. And once you run one type of cabling standard in your environment, you tend to use that same standard everywhere. What you don't want to do is terminate one side of the cable with the 568A pinout and the other side of the cable with the 568B pinout. These will create problems for you. You won't be able to run Ethernet at gigabit speeds, for example, and you may find some confusion when you're trying to troubleshoot problems with your cabling. These are the 2 standards for 568A and 568B. These numbering standards are associated with the pins in your Ethernet connector. You can see the RJ45 connector here, and they're pins number 1 through pins number 8. We're assigning a different color to each individual pin depending on whether it's 568A or 568B. One thing you'll notice is that there are similarities between these 2 standards. For example, pins 4 and 5, which are blue and white and blue, and pins 7 and 8, which are white and brown, are exactly the same whether you're wiring with 568A or 568B. The only pins that are different between the 2 would be pins 1 and 2 and pins 3 and 6. And you can see that they are alternating between white and green and white and orange. With 568A, you have white and green at pins 1 and 2, and white and orange in pins 3 and 6. With 568B, those colors are swapped. So you can see pins 1 and 2 are the orange pairs, and pins 3 and 6 are the green pairs. Once you get some practice, you should be able to look at an Ethernet cable and see the different colors and determine what cabling standard was used for this particular cable. You can see there is white and orange, there's white and green, blue, white and blue, green, what looks like white and brown, and then a brown. And if we were to look at our 568B standard, we would see that those colors match these pinouts exactly. Another type of cable that you might find for wide area network, cable modem, and other uses is a coaxial cable. Coaxial means there are 2 or more forms that share a common axis in this cable. For example, we have the wire conductor that is in the middle of the cable. It is surrounded with a dielectric insulator, and around that is usually a metal shielding. All of this is then protected with a plastic jacket along the outside. If you're bringing in a digital cable modem connection, it's probably coming into your facility using RG6. That's the coax standard for that cabling. If you are then patching that cable connection to other devices, you're probably using RG59, which is really designed for patch cables and not designed for a long distance communication over coax. And not designed for a long distance communication, which is really designed for patch cables and not designed for a long distance communication over coax. We connect many of our network devices together with copper twisted pair cabling. But the other option we might have is to use optic fiber communication. This is transmission between these devices using light instead of radio frequency signals. Because there's no RF signal, this becomes a bit more difficult to be able to monitor or tap. We have to think about how we're going to be able to see the light that's inside of this optic fiber. Light is able to communicate over a longer distance without degrading. This means we can connect devices that are very far apart with fiber optic that we could never connect using traditional copper cabling. This also means if we're on a manufacturing floor or somewhere with a lot of radio frequency interference, we could use optic fiber to avoid dealing with any of that interference on the network. If we were to look at a cross-section of optical fiber, you would see there is a coating along the outside. There's usually a protected cladding that is just inside of that coating. And then, of course, you have the optic fiber core that's right in the middle of that cable. Here's an example of what that would look like in practice. It's usually an orange or yellow outside protected layer. You can see there is a connector on the end, and inside of this very small ferrule is the optic fiber itself. Here's a better view of the end of that optic fiber cable. The fiber itself is this very small dot that's right in the middle. That's our fiber core. You'll often see this white ceramic ferrule that's on the outside of the connector. That's used to help protect the fiber as you're connecting it and disconnecting it from the network equipment. The optic fiber you would put between two devices will either be multi-mode fiber or single-mode fiber. Multi-mode fiber means when the light is going into the fiber core itself, that is going to bounce around into multiple modes. And when it comes out on the other side, you'll see the light is in those different modes. Multi-mode fiber is commonly used for what we call short-range communication, which in the fiber world is around 2 kilometers for most combinations of fiber types and equipment if you're running 100 megabit Ethernet networks. If you're running up to 10 gig, usually you get about 550 meters or so using multi-mode fiber. The equipment that's used to send this light from one end to the other over multi-mode fiber is usually using an inexpensive light source such as an LED to be able to send that signal. Single-mode fiber is generally a bit smaller. When we're sending light through single-mode fiber, it's usually coming out on the other end in a single mode. Using single-mode fiber, we can go very long distances without having to regenerate the light. It's not unusual to see 80 kilometers of distance being used for a single-mode fiber connection. To be able to extend such a long distance, we need a very strong light source, and it's not unusual to use lasers to be able to accomplish that. That's why whenever you see something that is designed for single mode fiber connectivity, it tends to be a bit more expensive than using multi-mode fiber. Using multi-mode fiber. It tends to be a bit more expensive than using multi-mode fiber. What type of video cable is being used between your desktop computer and your monitor? monitor. In this video, we'll look at the many types of video cable connections. A type of video connector that's been around a very long time is VGA. This is Video Graphics Array, and you'll often see this described as a DB15 connection. The 15 means there are 15 pins inside of this connector, and the DB is referring to the outside connector type on this cable. This is actually a DE15 connection. The smaller D-type subminiature connection is the E size, and you may see this described as either DB15 or DE15 if you're looking for a VGA cable. Another thing that's very standardized on these VGA connectors is the color blue. Not only will you see the color blue on the connector, you often see motherboards with the connectors themselves having this blue color. That's because there's a standard called the PC System Design Guide, which assigns different colors to different types of connectors, and for VGA, we have this blue color. A VGA connection is an analog connection. There's no digital option if you're connecting with a VGA connection. This means if you extend a VGA cable over a distance of even 5 to 10 meters, you'll start to see that the image itself would become fuzzier and fuzzier as that distance increases. One good test for anybody who's taking their A+ exam is to look at the back of a motherboard and be able to recognize all of the different interfaces and connectors that are on the back. For a VGA connector, we only need to look for the connector that has 15 pins. And these 15 pins in these 3 rows with this DE connection is our VGA connector on this motherboard. One of the most common video connection types today is an HDMI connection. This stands for High Definition Multimedia Interface. This sends both audio and video through this HDMI connection, and it is an all-digital connection. There's no option here for sending an analog signal through an HDMI connection. Usually you can extend HDMI connections up to about 20 meters. And since this is a digital connection, after that 20 meters, you may start to see dropout or have no signal at all because you're not able to get enough signal from one end to the other. An HDMI connector is usually this A connector. This is a 19-pin connector, and it's proprietary to this HDMI type. There is a smaller HDMI connector called a mini HDMI. It's a Type C connector, and it's designed for smaller devices such as video cameras. Here's a video card, and this is the back of the card that would extend out the back of a computer, and you can see there is an HDMI connector right there at the bottom. This card also supports other types of video connectors as well. For example, there is a DisplayPort connector and 2 different DVI connectors. We'll talk more about DisplayPort and DVI in just a moment. DisplayPort is a standard created by the Video Electronic Standards Association, or VESA. It's a royalty-free standard, which means manufacturers can add DisplayPort interfaces to their components and not have to pay any royalties to VESA. The data is sent over this DisplayPort connection in a packetized form, very similar to sending information over an Ethernet network. It's also compatible with HDMI and DVI, which means you could use a passive unpowered connector to be able to convert between DisplayPort and HDMI. There's 2 different kinds of connectors you might see for DisplayPort. One is this smaller mini DisplayPort connector, and some of the larger components, like the video card we just saw, is using this standard-sized DisplayPort connection. Notice that the connector of the standard DisplayPort is a U-type connector, and it has a corner that is at an angle. So if you were to look at the components on a laptop, for example, you can easily pick out that DisplayPort, which has that U connector on the inside and that corner that's a little bit different than the others. Another common video type that you might see is DVI. This is Digital Visual Interface Connection. And there are a number of different types of DVI connections. There are single and dual link DVI connections. The single link supports 3.7 gigabits of throughput, which allows you to have HD TV at 60 frames per second. For gaming and other applications that need even higher resolutions and higher frames per second, you can connect a dual link connection with DVI, which extends this to 7.4 gigabits per second, supporting an HD TV connection at 85 frames per second. DVI supports both analog and digital communication. The DVI-A connector supports analog signals. DVI-D means that you'll be sending digital signals through a DVI connection. And DVI-I is an integrated connector that will send both digital and analog signals through the same connector. Here's the end of a DVI cable. We know that this DVI cable supports the digital version of DVI because of the grouping of the pins on the cable itself. If we go back and look at that video adapter card, which had the DisplayPort and HDMI connector on it, we saw that there were two separate DVI interfaces, and you can see they look a little bit different with the pin configurations. The top connector is a DVI-D that can support digital video, and the bottom connector, which looks a little bit different, is DVI-I that can support either digital or analog video. Here's a relative view of these cable connections next to each other, the VGA, the DVI, and the HDMI. And depending on your video requirements, you may be using one of these to be able to connect video to your desktop computer. We use many different cables to connect our keyboards, our tablets, our mobile phones, and many other devices. In this video, we'll look at these multi-purpose cables. If you have a hardware device such as a phone or a tablet from Apple, then you're probably connecting that device with a Lightning cable. This is an Apple proprietary connector, so you won't see this type of connection used on anybody else's hardware. This is only for Apple devices. It's an 8-pin connector at the end, and it sends digital signals, most commonly through a cable to connect iPhones, iPads, iPods, and other Apple devices. Although this is about the same size as a micro USB connection, there are a number of advantages, which is what drove Apple to use the Lightning connector over USB. One is that it's able to output higher amount of power, so it's able to charge phones and tablets a bit faster than micro USB. This can also be inserted either way. With micro USB, you have to make sure to insert it the correct way. With Lightning, it doesn't matter. You can flip it over and plug it in, and it will work exactly the same. Because of that, it's a bit more simpler of a design, and Apple was able to make it a bit more durable than a traditional USB cable. If you're connecting up a peripheral device to your computer, especially a storage device or video display, you might be using a Thunderbolt connection. This is a high-speed serial connection where it is able to put data and power over the same cable. It's based on the Mini DisplayPort standard, or MDP standard. Thunderbolt version 1 is able to send data over 2 channels, and it's able to have 10 gigabits per second on each one of those channels for a total maximum throughput of 20 gigabits per second. And Thunderbolt version 1 uses this Mini DisplayPort connection. The throughput for Thunderbolt 2 is also 20 gigabits per second, but it's over an aggregation of channels rather than 2 separate 10 gigabit per second channels. And Thunderbolt version 2 also uses the standard Mini DisplayPort connection. Thunderbolt version 3 increased the throughput up to 40 gigabits per second aggregated throughput, and it also changed the connector type to a USB-C connection. Thunderbolts version 1, 2, and 3 have a maximum copper cable distance of about 3 meters. There's also an optical standard for Thunderbolt that allows you to extend this distance up to 60 meters. And Thunderbolt also allows the daisy chaining of devices from one to the other, and you can daisy chain up to 6 different devices using the single connection from your computer. USB is the universal serial bus and has become one of the most popular connectors on our devices. It's able to connect printers and keyboards and storage devices and much more. USB 1.1 was one of the first versions of USB. There were 2 different speeds available with USB 1.1. The low speed, which allowed 1.5 megabits per second over a maximum cable length of 3 meters. There was also full speed USB, which transmitted at 12 megabits per second and increased the size of the cable to about 5 meters. USB 2.0 was a jump in speed up to 480 megabits per second, and again, the maximum cable length was somewhere around 5 meters of distance. One of the latest USB versions is USB 3.0. This is called Super Speed USB, and that's because this transmits at 5 gigabits per second on a cable that's about 3 meters in length. The standard for USB doesn't specify an exact cable length, but the signals for USB tend to work to about 3 meters or so of length. USB 1.1 and USB 2.0 have these types of connectors associated with them. The standard A plug, which we're all very familiar with, which are standardized across many different USB versions. There's the standard B plug, which is a bit of a square plug. You often see this on peripherals such as printers. The mini B plug and the micro B plug are much smaller USB connectors, and we tend to see these on smaller components and mobile devices. With USB 3.0, the form factor for the A plug remained the same as older USB versions. You can see that the standard B plug changed a bit with USB 3.0, as did the micro B plug, which became a bit wider. USB version 3.1 was released in July of 2013, and this brought Super Speed Plus, which allowed us to send higher speed communication over Type A and a new USB-C connector. This allowed for 10 gigabit per second speed, which was twice the available throughput as USB 3.0. USB 3.2 was released in September of 2017, and this brought new data modes using this USB-C connection with speeds that went all the way up to 20 gigabits per second with USB 3.2. USB-C connectors were a bit of a departure from the previous USB connections. We saw earlier all of the different types of connectors for USB 2.0 and USB 3.0. With USB-C, we have a connector that now doesn't have a top or bottom. You can plug it in either way. And this single USB-C connection can replace all of those other connectors that we just saw. Whenever you see a USB-C connection, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a USB 3.1 connection. There has to be a set of standards associated with 3.1. The cable has to support 3.1 speeds. It has to provide greater than 7.5 watts of power on that cable, and it has to support something called alternate mode, which allows you to send other types of protocols through that same cable. From a size comparison, you can see the USB-C plug is about the same size as the Micro B and much smaller than the standard A plug for USB. If you have a requirement to connect to serial connections on a router, a switch, a firewall, or some other component, you may be using a DB9 serial cable connection. The DB stands for D subminiature B, and there are many different sizes, DA through DE. This type of 9-pin connector is actually a DE9, although the naming conventions may be DB9 or DE9. This type of connection usually sends serial data over an RS-232 connection. It stands for Recommended Standard 232. If you're connecting up a modem or you're connecting to a management port on another device, you're probably using a serial connection like this one. It's commonly used as a console port or a management port on those types of devices.